And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and or anywhere in the galaxy. And I really appreciate you coming to from a galaxy far, far away. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate all of you, and we have some different stuff to talk about regarding updates and trials and stuff like that, and a whole lot more. So, welcome everybody. I hope everybody's been having a good day, a good, the week has just kind of started, so I hope everybody's having a good week so far. All right. So, today we had some of the trials, we had a couple of trials today, and they were, there was the college, I believe it's stabbing trial. There was the Karina trial today also, and then the verdict for the verdict for the Preppy trial is still in the works to see what's going to happen with that. And a lot of people become kind of frustrated with, in the chats are very funny, very humorous, and there's been a lot of wild stuff going on with the trials. The trial chats, they've been crazy and funny. So it's been entertaining to watch and talk to the other friends. At the same time, it has been extremely, patience is very needed, because a lot of times, like I always say, a jury's unpredictable, and the jury's been very unpredictable in this situation, in these, trials. And they can either take a long time, or they might find someone guilty or innocent where you thought it was something else. A lot of times we think that we're the only jury, but we are not. It is also the people there, and they're kind of like a separate organism from what we are. So, but the jury's really cool. I mean, we're not like one collective mind of thinking. The jury is something, its own thing. So shout out to the jury, and it's part of our system where we have that, and it's good to have a jury and not just have one person making all these decisions. So that was interesting, and the testimonies today from the Karina trial, I think, have been it's been going very smoothly, and I do think that she is guilty, definitely. That's what it shows. Alright, so now what I'll be doing is, as we do in the beginning, we'll be firing up the game to do for a little bit, and then we'll get into the other stuff as the stream continues. Alright, so here we go. Alright, so now what the game is doing, it is launching. Okay. Lieutenant Funesto. Interesting. Because that is a pirate. It's a character somewhere in the game. I don't even know exactly where it is. It's on one of the islands. Of course, I'm not quite sure which one. Funesto's Forge. Okay, so Funesto's Forge is somewhere. I'm not quite sure exactly where it is, but it is somewhere. Alright, now here is the game. Okay. Alright, we are over at Blygewater now. Okay, it's successfully loaded. What we'll be doing is going after some of the ships, and then we will go back to the island to play more of the games that are in the island. What is this right here? You have two pirates kind of fused into each other. That's interesting. All right, launching this one right here. All right. Okay, firing the cannon at them now. All right, so this is the Death Omen. It's one of those zombie ships. Yeah. So anyway, yesterday was a very good conversation we had about the. We covered the zombie Six Flags, the haunted one, whatever they want to call it. That's very interesting. I enjoyed that, and we also talked about SpongeBob too towards the end. That was nice. Yeah. So it is, it's good to investigate stuff like that, and seeing how the city went downhill with keeping up with that or trying to get other people to go there. It was just a big mess and a lot of legal problems. And we talked about a lot of law stuff on the channel, so that was interesting. There seems to be a lot of backlash for the Epstein list thing, which is a list. It's not a thing, it's a list. There seems to be a lot of backlash from I've seen on YouTube. Also, there's some other drama going on in the news, which where I think, yeah. So Tucker is going to interview the Iranian president or something like that. That'll be. I don't know much about it, but that's something I've heard. So there's some different interesting news going on out in the world. So I'll have to see how everything unfolds. And a lot of times with the media, I think people have been, in general, they have now. It's the wrong word. They have been manipulated emotionally. I think that's something that has happened a lot. Then when something doesn't go right, people start waking up, and then you have a collective awakening about stuff, certain situations. Because I believe that the truth eventually comes out. And I think that's a positive thing. And then there's also different opinions and stuff like that. Now, the reason why in our time I think it's easier is because of the internet. There's easy ways to, you be on your phone and you can look at something. You can look up all kinds of things to your phone, so that's quite incredible. Now, the way these ships attacked me, I kind of maneuvered it a certain way, and now it's going to be hitting mine. Alright. I didn't maneuver it completely the way it could have been maneuvered, so we're just going to go over here and dock. Alright, so speeding this way. Oh, hello, Lynn. It is great to see you, Lynn. I am doing fine. I had a good day in the trial chat talking to y'all. And oh, hello. Hi, Kadata. It is nice to see you too. Welcome to the show. Hello, Gloria. It's nice to see all of you here. And yeah, I had a good day today with y'all and the trials. And it seems that the jury in the Preppy trial could be facing another deadlock, possibly because they've not been able to make a decision. Yeah, chat was nice today, definitely, and I like how the chat is just being themselves, and they act very funny and humorous, and it's very good to see a chat like that start laughing and having a good time at the same time watching the event unfold. Because it's a dark circumstances, and then humor is great to add because laughter is the greatest medicine. And yeah, so in people, as I always say, it's good to have a jury, to guess what the jury's doing, but a lot of times people don't always know what the jury's going to do because the jury can be unpredictable. So they're not just unpredictable through their actions, like with who's guilty, who's not guilty, but they're also, the other factor is they're going to be found where it's going to be a long time it might take to get a verdict in. So that was with the Preppy trial, it was like over 5 hours. They were deliberating. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess I do not how to say your name if I'm saying it wrong. I pronounce it wrong. Okay. So I would like to know the correct pronunciation. Yeah, but because to me it sounds like cicada. It kind of reminds me of that word. That's why I say it the way I say it. But yeah, I don't know how. I've never seen. It's a very lovely name. I just have never seen it before, so I don't know exactly how it's pronounced. Right. Okay, so it's Kadada. Is that how it's said? And I'll eventually get it right. But yeah, as I said, I didn't know I was saying it wrong, but it's a very nice name. Okay. Okay, kid. Okay, kid. Okay. Okay. Understood. Okay, kid. Data. Okay. Okay, I think I got it right. Yeah, I like the name. Right, Gloria. Yes, my name's usually pronounced wrong a lot. The German name. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Kid data. Okay. And also, Gloria says it's key data. Yeah. So I think it is. Yeah, it's either kid data or key data. Yes. As I said, I eventually will get the hang of it. Which is it, Alien? I think that it is. It seems to be okay. It's not key data. No, I don't think that's how it's said. It is kid data, like what she was saying before. Yeah, because I think Gloria might know. Y'all might be playing a prank on me, and Gloria might be telling me what the true pronunciation is. Yeah, kid data, and then you have Tasman who has the regular pronunciation, which is kid daddy. That might be the real pronunciation. It's so maybe there's three different ways of saying it. Hello, Abby. It's great to see you. Welcome. I am not going to let them gang up on you. but I think that you were because you were the one that revealed the truth about what the name really is. You were the whistleblower of the truth of the name. Because Gloria, she knows the real truth about it, and she's what's called the whistleblower. With my name, there's many ways of saying it because really that my name has been said wrong for a long time because I thought it was we all thought it was like Hansel, but it's actually uh, Hansel, like kind of like the with the more of a Z sounding to it than the S sound because the way the Germans pronounce it is different than the way we sound it. But a lot of people just say Hansel, so there's actually many ways to pronounce my name. It seems. And I'm the instigator per usual. Yes, the instigator. Yes. Scared. Scared. Yeah, Gretel. Hello, Anna. It's great to see you. Welcome. And welcome everybody coming in. Ansel. Ansel. Scared. Yeah, and yeah, it's from the Hansel and Gretel tale. Yes, I am looking for Gretel all over the Caribbean. I'm looking for Gretel. I'm looking for Woody. Han Solo. Yes, that's one of my nicknames, actually. That's one of my nicknames. And because, as I said, I'm not familiar with all the Earth names, but I'm getting the hang of it, though. Definitely. But yeah, so the name always reminded me of like the word cicada. So that's where I came up with my own pronunciation, my alien pronunciation of her name. But now I know the right way it's pronounced, so I'm glad to know that. Yeah, I always wondered if I was pronouncing it right. As I said, I've never seen that name before. It's a very lovely name, but I've never seen it before, so I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, Gloria is being the instigator. She is whistleblowing. She's not holding back, and that is exactly hilarious and what we have her here for. We have to have multiple opinions because we have to have Gloria to set us all straight when we're off course. Yeah, so I have been looking for Gretel quite a bit all over these seas and stuff, and I've not had success, but eventually we'll find Gretel. And Tasman, it is great to see you also, and it's great to see everybody here. I hope everybody's having a good day. It was very nice chatting with y'all that were in the trial chat today. I really liked it. And yeah, so basically with Gretel, I saw Gretel like on one of these islands. Oh, they took me down immediately because they had a certain they had this fireball thing that they fire at a ship that'll sink any ship instantly. Yeah, get in the bars. So I'm about to be in the bars because I did not go far with the ship. I got locked up in this nice jail right here. And there we go. I will have to go and do some more plundering and find Gretel. Pedal to the metal. I'm not gonna settle for me. I'm not gonna settle. And it looks like this one is the okay. This one has a completely destroyed outside. Is completely destroyed. Wow, a completely destroyed cell. Scared. And I found Woody on one of the islands. Woody's from YSL. I found him on one of the islands, and I got a hold of him for a little bit. And then I just didn't know what he was doing on one of those islands, and I think that he wanted to get away, so he So he pled the fifth and went over to the other island to get away because he didn't want to go and testify no more. I don't blame him. He didn't ever want to have to do that again, but he was very funny when he did it. It was very funny when it was very entertaining. So I'm still looking for him, and I'm also looking for Gretel too. So you have that. Oh, hello, Sharon. It is great to see you. They took down one of the ships immediately with some sort of a missile cannon thing. Immediately, so I have to repair it. And yeah, hello to Sharon as well. All right. So, with like regarding the trials that we're watching today, I think that chat was healthy. Chat was going well. There could have been some trolls here and there, but overall, chat was having a good time. And also over at the preppy trial was quite crazy. It was funny how that was going too. So, as I said, with Karina, I think she's guilty in my opinion. I think that's what everybody agrees on about that one. And yesterday we did kind of like talking over about the trial and what it was about. You know, for true crime, she wasn't familiar with it. And I did get to watch the college stabbing trial, but the audio is not the best in that trial, so we were, you know, I was listening to it, but whatever I could hear, I was hearing. Oh yeah, absolutely. I love chaos. It's something that I thrive in. Yeah, basically, it is so cool when you see that the chat really being unhinged, as we like to say. Because when you're unhinged, you're just being your authentic self. Yeah. And it looks like the buttons are not cooperating, so we're just going to have to go back and dock over here and see if that helps. And Anna said, didn't look at the phone till 5 p.m., no preppy verdict hung again, and setback, new bench trial, Iowa student strangle thing. Oh, yeah. It's a bunch of different stuff going on. And the chat, as I said, I love the unhinged chat, and Lynn said she's not unhinged. Well, I'm an unhinged terrestrial. That's what I am. Very unhinged. Alright, so we're at this island with some crabs. We're going to hang out over here. I'm going to go there. And see if we can relaunch this. And we had a good night yesterday. There is unhinged and there's depraved and derived of sanity. Oh yeah. There is people that are so depraved and derived that the sanity is allergic to the person. Yes. The jury did ask to rehear the testimony. That is true. Yes. Oh yeah, we have to have debates. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, she has to debate that. Scared. Yeah, it's important to debate. Sit down and cut the cake. Acoustic SPAD and the Iowa strangle case. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yesterday was great. I loved yesterday. I laughed so much that I nearly passed out. Really. That was funny. We completely roasted Patrick Star. So Patrick Star was attacking SpongeBob by having this secret box. So in one of the episodes, Patrick has a secret box, and he doesn't let SpongeBob see it. And he was accusing SpongeBob of not being his best friend because he wanted to see what is in his box, but a best friend wouldn't go and do something like that. and hide information. So what I think is basically SpongeBob wanted to see it, and he did the right thing with that. Now, then we were roasting Patrick for for doing that to SpongeBob, and then we see Patrick riding an ice cream cone that he was enjoying a little bit too much. So, and then we were roasting him for enjoying the giant pink cone too much, and he was talking about embarrassing snapshots of SpongeBob at the Christmas party, but we got embarrassing snapshots of him on the ice cream cone and then afterwards. Oh yeah, and he was out. He looked he was wasted. He looked wasted. So, and then we looked at this. We looked at this other clip of when they were in the dungeon. He was trying to tell SpongeBob not to go to the doctor, and so what he did was he said that they have like primitive practices and stuff. Then he went to a medieval dungeon somewhere in Bikini Bottom from centuries ago, and he tied him up. He tied him up to this, this device, and SpongeBob was actually enjoying it. And then Patrick had this wild look in his face that he was being completely depraved and derived of all sanity. So that was something quite wild. And then he got roasted again by the doctor in that episode because he was trying to get him to not get the right treatment for the suds he had. Yeah, when he had the suds, he was at his lowest point. He looked like he had enough of life. Yeah. Now, there is an episode... There's a couple of conspiracy theories regarding the SpongeBob franchise. And there's... Yeah. Yeah, Lynn, I know. This chat is completely alien. Definitely. And... Yeah, exactly. And Abby says the damn dungeon thing, that is wild. I know, and it's interesting they put that in a kid's show, but the thing about SpongeBob is that people can enjoy it both ways. Like, you can enjoy, like, adults can enjoy it, and young people can enjoy it. So, that is something, like, they'll put the medieval stuff in there that people that were really young wouldn't, like, when we were growing up, we wouldn't quite recall what that would be about. But then the other factor is when you have both of them watching it, you get to see it. But also it's an educational thing. Yes, I remember that. Abby was saying that Patrick also has worn stripper boots. That Starfish is another level. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that episode. Ah. Hello, Aaron. It's great to see you. Aaron and Moki, it's great to see both of you. All right. So, basically, yeah, it's still on air. So, basically, the SpongeBob show, it is still on air. And, basically... the episodes are kind of different than the other ones. Like, the way they do the art is different. So, a lot of people that are, like, in their 20s now, like my age, they will look, like, back on the SpongeBobs, and they seem like they prefer the other versions of it, where, like, the earlier versions. 'Cause the newer versions are nice, but basically... the way they do the art and stuff is quite, oh, it's Dookie time. Yeah, it's Dookie time. It's quite different where, like, the way the characters are depicted, like, they have some scenes, and some people don't like the way it looks. But, yes, this show, the Spaceship Show, is still on the air, and also SpongeBob is still on the air, yeah. And a lot of shows from that time did not survive. They, like, went out, but I think the Very Odd Parents are still on. I don't know because I don't watch it, the Nickelodeon anymore, because I haven't watched that in years. But That like recently it was still on, but a lot of other ones didn't, continue into further on into the 2000s. So that was interesting to see that they're still there. It is a Dookie party. Yeah, so there's another episode where you have Patrick in the stripper boots. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, oh, he's really gets his freak on. Yeah, Patrick is completely out of this world. He does not care. He is himself, and he will do as he pleases. He is. Yeah, he's on a whole other level for sure. I agree. Aaron, that is fine. That is fine. It was something that came up when I was growing up. Kind of like many people like watch the Smurfs and stuff like that when they're growing up. Like this was like the show that was coming up when we were little. Abby says, "Guys, some dude I met the other day asked me to lick a toilet today. Who does that, man? I do not know who does that. No one I know. Wow, that is crazy. Scared. And there's a lot of characters out there these days that say all kinds of crazy stuff. And also, do you have a pineapple on your porch? Yeah, exactly, Sharon. Yeah, that is just completely disturbing, Abby. A lot of nutty people out there. In Tasman, yes, exactly. And also shout out to Gary. And Gary, and basically with Gary, he likes to meow underwater, and yeah, we were talking about him yesterday. And he has there's one episode where he has like a whole library going on. Yeah, and there's a lot of Timu Sheen guys out there that are into. It's like he needs to go. Yeah, he needs to go try that himself and see how he thinks that. But yeah, yeah, Abby, that is. Yeah, I don't know. I know no one that does that. That is absolutely insane and crazy. Definitely. All right. So the moon is up high. And then we're going to go over this way. Alright, we gain more loot. That is good. Yeah, he is a G. Definitely. He's a G. For sure. Faux show. Yeah, so basically, in SpongeBob is something I do like to talk about. And it's a very classic show where and with a lot of good moral lessons to it, and I do like the deep sea and stuff like that. So basically, for the record, how did SpongeBob start? Like, what was it based off of? So it's Steven Hillenberg, and he was a marine biologist, and he created the SpongeBob show. He created something earlier than that. It was a little short. Then the first episode was in the late '90s and '99, and what he did was in that show he was explaining like there's the anchovy. So you have SpongeBob where he's trying to with a spatula. He's trying to go and get a job there, and then they send him away to get some sort of super spatula, and then the anchovies come. So the anchovies are these hordes of fish. Moki says, I'm currently trying not to overcook chicken while making sure I don't poison my family. Scared. Oh, yeah, Moki. Good luck with that. Definitely. Scared. So, they have these sea of anchovies, a giant waves of them. Humongous waves. And they're undulations of them. And then SpongeBob saves the day and makes all the Krabby Patties in the world that he could make, and he saves the Krusty Krab and gets hired. Oh, Plankton. Yeah, he is wild too. He is wild too. Sharon said he's talking Sheila on the keyboard. Oh yeah. And yeah, Abby, that is true. And yesterday when we were talking about the abandoned Six Flags yesterday, and they, which is in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, there's the abandoned Six Flags, and it is still there, and it's a ghost haunted zombie uh, amusement park now, and they've used it for scary movies and things like that. Now, something I didn't mention yesterday is like some houses are still there. I mean, some not houses, they've been demolished, but some of the houses were there for many years, nearly 20 years before officially they demolished them. So yeah, so we're going over the legal battles that Six Flags they went to bankruptcy when they were trying to get out of the situation with Six Flags. I mean, with New Orleans East, and they lost a couple $1 million, and they sued their insurance company. And as I said, knock on wood, God forbid something doesn't happen this time, but there hasn't been something like that happening again. And I was like, I don't want to jinx myself, but so if they would have repaired the Six Flags, it would have been there this entire time, and it wouldn't have been much of a problem, But a lot of people left the city, and people were leaving it before that. And then there's a SpongeBob ride there, and there's all those brain-eating amoeba things at that Six Flags place, so that they're still there. Those brain-eating organisms. So that is something we were talking about the other day, and that is true. They're very frightening. So then this other thing that occurred and remember the SpongeBob ride that I was on, it was you're from the perspective of SpongeBob. And from SpongeBob's perspective, you're putting out Krabby Patties and stuff. You go on an adventure and things like that. So that is something that's very intriguing about the episode, where you are seeing those things from that perspective. Where because it wasn't an episode really, but it was like a game based on the episodes, I should say. It originally was a pirate ship because it was a pirate game, like what we're playing here. Now, before you had Disney with Pirates of the Caribbean, which I love the movies, it was a lot like a black. It was red and white. It was red and white, garments that the pirates would wear with an eye patch and a hat. So that was something else that used to be different before this franchise came out. And then you have completely unrelated to anything you're talking about, but I've been going down the Chris Hansen takedown episode rabbit hole. Anyone else? The comments sent me. Oh, Aaron, and we are talking about TV shows and stuff. It's not off topic at all. And I love watching Chris Hansen catch a predator. Oh, those episodes are hilarious. You see, with those episodes, there is a lot of comments that roast those people so much. And like, there's the famous one, Lawrence Connor. I remember he says, "Oh, cod," when he gets caught, and everybody likes to say cod all the time. And also, there's another one on YouTube called Skeet Jansen, Skeet Jansen, something like that. Also, uh, Skeet Hansen. So, this is like a YouTuber, Skeeter Gene, Skeeter Gene, not Jansen, but Gene. Yeah, there's a YouTuber called Skeet Gene, and he does the same thing Chris Hansen did, and he also calls himself Skeet Hansen. And he goes and hunts the predators, and it is very hilarious. It's the same type of thing with the same comments, but he's doing it in modern times. I think it's very disturbing how many. Yeah, Skeeter. Aaron, I watch it all the time. I watch it all the time. There is one where Skeet and this other one, which I'm not quite sure what his name is. He a black guy. They were catching a dude that worked at Apple, and he was talking. He thought he was talking to 13-year-olds about, doing depraved things with them, and then he was like saying that he could get on his knees right now for him and Skeet. That was hilarious. Like these two big black guys. It's like you get on the ground for them, and the dude didn't say anything, and then he was like calling up everybody, his mom and everybody, and apologizing, and he was, the police had to take it away from him. Yeah, but now the prosecution sometimes throws out these cases, unfortunately, because there was an actual child involved. But I still think they should be caught and locked up because their intention was to go with an underage, with a minor. So that is like something that there's legal ambiguity around, but it's still, the intent is still there. And for society's safety, these creeps should be locked up. I don't think I've seen Alex yet, but I gotta go check him out. And shout out to him. And Skeet. Yeah, I love watching Skeet. He's hilarious. I remember there's this one time where they're catching a predator, and they were chasing him across the blocks and blocks. They were chasing him on foot. Like, he goes an extra mile. He really goes like the extra mile, Skeet. And this dude in the accent was talking, and it was the guy was hilarious. Yeah, it's hilarious to watch. And the dude was like 5'1" or something. The dude was like real short, and the other guy, on Skeet's team, very tall, and Skeet's also tall himself. And they were running and going after him, and then he kept on trying to get an Uber, and then he was just like, they're telling him like what was going on, and then they were just like rolling up the window, kicking him out. Yeah, so definitely doing the Lord's work by getting rid of these creeps. It's so disturbing and creepy how there's so many of those people out there. I mean, like we were talking about the other day about like people like a Koberger, and I just think it's disturbing to the even, just as bad, or in some ways like even more, it's like these pedos also that try to go and attack their children and stuff. That's very horrendous. And Abby says, yes, he's awesome. How he always tells them he respects the hell out of them. Right. Yeah, facts. Yeah, and it's good for people to... There was this one episode where, like, somebody was trying to beat an underage girl at, like, a Target. And before that, they caught a basement dweller. Like, they caught, like, some stereotypical person that looks like somebody that trolls us online. It was, like, this overweight, like, 30-something-year-old basement dweller with glasses. And nothing wrong with people with glasses, but it's just this, like, stereotype about what they look like. Like, they're a Reddit mod-looking dude. And he was trying to meet up a girl at the Barbie movie. And he was going to buy her a Barbie. And it's like, then Skeet and them were interviewing them. And then they met an off-duty police officer from a different county. The off-duty police officer continued to be with them while they're doing their different stings. And then they went out to this other region, to the Target, and the dude was trying to meet up a 13-year-old, and it was very sad. His sister seemed like was trying to go and see her boyfriend for an emergency. And then the guy looks creepy as heck. He looked like a snake, all right? And he had a hat on, his eyes were glowing. It was just really disturbing. And then she was ranting at him for what he was doing because he was supposed to take care of his sister and his family, but instead he was trying to meet a 13-year-old. And a dude said, "Oh, hello, Jerry. Good to see you, buddy." So I think it's absolutely crazy that you got all these different people and attacking, these trying to attack these kids. And as I said, doing God's work by doing that. So then what took place was it was very good for the police officer to stay with them. It was nice of him to do that. And it's very funny. There's one episode I saw where they're wearing Halloween costumes and Skeet was a wizard. And they had all these different characters. And they had a dude take off his clothes and go take a bath. And they all went in there with the cameras, and they're saying about how he had a small male member. He had a small deke, and they were just talking to him while he was naked sitting there. And the guy was just nonchalant. He wasn't saying anything, and everybody was roasting him. This other time, another dude was in a shower, and he came out naked with his small deke, and everybody was roasting a small deke in the chat and them Skeeting his team for 30 minutes. And a dude was just sitting there saying nothing. All right, Lynn, a good night to you. Shout out to you, Lynn. Cool people. Yeah, so those... And then this other time, he was catching a predator that he called a redneck predator, but and the reason why he was saying that was the country people are fine, but this particular one was being trying to molest a child, which is not cool, and then also he was being racist against him, and he was talking about he has a beard, and he was trying to say his beard looked like a terrorist. And Skeet was it's a nice beard. You can't, you have to admit it's a nice beard. But it's as I said, the dude has to be more concerned about trying to do something to a kid than what these other people look like. But his partner in the sting was hilarious. He kept on roasting the guy, and the dude's "You better get this guy out the room." It was it's hilarious. They don't even care. It's I really appreciate people that do that, and I love what Skeet did because there's Chris Hansen and Skeet Hansen. So Chris Hansen, he did excellent. He did many great episodes for the work of God and humanity. People don't have to believe in God, but he did great for humanity by what he did during his time on Dateline. All right, and I like to watch Chris Hansen's YouTube channel. And that's where I was in the beginning before I found, a couple of years before I found the Trial Chat and these other channels that I've been on. I was on there in 2019, in 2020, 2018. And he would go live. And I never thought I'd be doing the live streams. I never thought I'd be doing that. But yeah, I enjoyed his content. And there was an issue with the YouTuber Onision that he was allegedly doing stuff to some girls that he was friends with or he was associated with. But there was no case that was able to stick on him. But that was something Chris Hansen was investigating a couple of years ago. That YouTube, yeah, I remember that YouTuber. Yeah, some wild stuff. And so Aaron says, "Okay, so gross, but I just can't remember which catcher, but Pred had a diaper and pooed in it." Oh my goodness. That must be some sort of a kink the guy must have been into. Scared. He sat and talked, and I think with Alex for over an hour in the diaper. Well, Alex has some courageousness to be able to tolerate that, and patience. I appreciate him for doing that. Okay, good. I have two of these. It took me that long to figure out that I had another one. Okay. Alright, got my cutlass right here. Okay. Alright, here we go. OMG, that God, cause I was feeling so creepy typing that. Yeah, and Aaron said I saw a clip of that one online, and yeah, it looks like the guy was into some dookie. Yeah, and also there was a predator that was a politician that Chris Hansen was covering, and the dude deleted himself in his own house before the police could get him, and this caused a legal controversy with the show. Yeah, and I mean, I am really it's disturbing because it's like I would never understand the appeal of talking to an underage person like that in that way. Yeah, it just people gotta be with people their own age, like with adults. And as I said, they'll make these people do the stupidest thing. And I remember like both Skeet and Chris Hansen both would go and say like, oh, you're you could call your wife up right now and see what she thinks. And they usually go, oh no, we don't need to do that. And then he said, yes, we do. And then this other time, like this pedo was at the Walmart and he was trying to say like, you know, he was looking for something for his daughter. It's very creepy when they have kids because you wonder what they're trying to do to their kids or their nieces, nephew, little siblings. You wonder like what they're going to do to them. So they were out there trying to. He was saying he was trying to find something, so he goes 30 minutes away when there's other closer ones. There's closer Walmarts. So then what happens next is bro has to call his wife and tell him what's going on. And then she was very calm. And she was just like, he was saying he was hacked. Always blaming something else. Another thing in this day and age, that nobody takes accountability for what happens. When you don't take accountability, you lose control. And like a lot of people, now we make mistakes and we learn from mistakes to do better things next time. But like people like these pedos, they don't take accountability. They always blame someone else. And that is something I think is of poor character. And that these people that do these kind of things go with their emotional impulses. They don't go with restraint. They don't have any kind of self-control. And I think it's also a reflection of our society in a lot of ways has collapsed. But there's still good people out there that are trying to catch the predators and bad people like that. So, yeah, I love that show. And I love watching on YouTube. Because YouTube is like the new TV. And we can watch movies. You could rent movies on YouTube. You can watch movies on YouTube. You could do all kinds of things with YouTube. And although it does have its controversy and stuff like that, I do think that it's great that we are able to connect with each other and watch these different things. So, in Moki, the trial chat was weird today. Now, yeah, thank you, Aaron. I was at the trial chat earlier. I came to y'all later in the day, but I did see I go in the morning and I'll go look at what y'all are doing and watch what's going on. And yeah, I think Moki was encountering or was talking about a troll in there. There could have been some trolls, like I said before, but overall, I saw a lot of people having a good time and laughing and joking around, especially in the Preppy trial. But as I said, I did see some disturbances today, and I saw what Moki was talking about when she called it out earlier. I did see that. I remember I'll wake up and I'll see y'all in the chat. It's always great to wake up and see y'all. It's really great. I remember when I was watching the Diddy trial, I'd wake up and I'd see Libby at the Diddy trial, and I would keep it on and do other things, and I would kind of go in and out and see what's going on. It's really cool. So a great community. But yeah, I don't like it when people troll and act creepy or whatever. They're cowards that do that kind of stuff. Oh, Michael seemed like a yeah, I think that was a person. Yeah. OMG. I'm with my people in this chat. My husband thinks I'm so weirdo. Well, you know, they can't. Your husband can't ignore you because they can't ignore us. A shout out to your husband though. But yeah, we are like there's people you could ignore, but we can't be ignored. We change things. We are the crazy ones, the unhinged ones also. Moki says, and there was another guy that were being creeps. Yeah, I don't tolerate people. Hello, Remy. It is good to see you. Welcome. And yeah, because I saw the disturbance in the chat, and yeah, people are generally being creepy or weird in the chat. People gotta just act regular and do their and just chat about the trial or joke around. But if people are taking it too far, they need to make it a good place for everybody. Yeah. Yeah, but as I said, if somebody and I don't know like the entire story of what was going on, but yeah, if people were he was being derogatory a lot. As I said, yeah, I think that I was not like I don't know like every single part of this, but yeah, if people are doing things that are nefarious, I disagree with that type of behavior, definitely. And also, if people think that somebody in the chat is being disturbing, they can always block the person. That's always an option. You wouldn't have to see their messages if it gets really bad. But yeah, thanks for letting me know about it, chat. And as I said, I saw some stuff about the Michael person, but I don't know like the entire every single detail about it. But I did see some stuff about it today. And yeah, so basically with Skeet Hansen, I really do, that's a good show I like watching and on YouTube. And as I said, it's good that the legacy of that can continue on. Yeah. So, mocking that intelligence, etc. Okay. Mocking the intelligence of chat. Okay. Yeah. And if there's people, hating, it says more about them than you. And basically says sometimes people have nothing else better to do, but hopefully everybody can get along and with each other in those chats. Because I understand that sometimes there's disturbances and of that nature. And Robert was back and still loves me. Loves Monica. He's funny. Oh, Robert was cool. Yeah, I saw Robert today, and I had a conversation with him. It was nice seeing him. Now, another thing that I was seeing today was mostly in the other chat, Libby and Stacy were having really funny jokes back and forth. That was nice. But a lot of people are getting frustrated with the Preppy trial, how the verdict was not coming in. So I can understand the frustration with that, but as I said, juries can be unpredictable. There's like a chat can be unpredictable. Like if they're going to take a long time, like there's one that took 3 weeks. There was one that took about 3 weeks, and which was the Domingo trial. Yeah, Robert. Yeah, Robert's cool people. Yeah, and regarding the situation with, there's one predator that Chris Hansen himself was catching, and he was saying that they're asking like, where was the person at, like the enemy. And no, not where the enemy was, where the predator was, and he said he came from way, way. And it was like, it was like way, way. So basically, with way, way, they, he doesn't even say where he comes from. And then you have this other dude where there's Mr. Peterson, and this other pedo was about, the other pedo was talking about where is Mr. Peterson, because he was going to try to do a job for him. He was actually there to meet underage kids. So it's fun what these pedos will come up with in the Chris Hansen shows for their alibi. All right, let's see what chat's saying. Yeah, that's crazy. They came back after 2 hours saying that they can't reach a verdict, and now it's days. Yeah. And they're supposed to do the Allen charges to get them to do a verdict. Remy says Robert spoke about Harry, yes, and Harry P word, and women getting effed from the front and the back of their mouths, but that's okay. I did not see Robert. I didn't see him talk about that, but I hear you, Remy. That is disgusting if he did say that. I think that's gross, especially if he was doing it in a disturbing way. I don't support that. And also, oh, hello, Kadata. Let's do this right. I'm going to say it wrong again. Kidata. All right. Kadata is still lurking around. And Remy says, alien spit roasting. Yeah, it's good to see you, Remy, and everybody else. And, okay, and Sharon says, Aaron, yeah, I never saw a jury come back in 2 hours saying deadlocked or deadlicked. The jury instructions were 1 to 2 days. And Remy is, it looks like Remy is going to be the whistleblower, and she will call me out, and maybe she's a part of the secret space service to try to, when I said that I didn't know of the person saying that, she says I did know, so she might be on to me. Scared. And also, we have, oh, hello, Amy. Good to see you, buddy. All right. But as I said, I don't support him saying stuff like that. Now, I know during the Monica trial, he liked Monica. And, like, I wouldn't be in the Monica, but, yeah. So there's a lot of people out there all kinds of strange people out there. But, hopefully the channel is civilized, and it doesn't have to be civilized. What I should say is not going into disturbing territory in a bad way, if that makes any sense. And yeah, Remy says that I definitely do know. Scared. Remy, I might have to go back in my spaceship because I know that the Remy alien bounty hunter is going to be on me. Scared. And yeah, but basically with Robert, I've not seen him in quite a while, and as I said, I do know he was into Monica though. But I have not seen him in quite a while now. And basically, so another thing with Chris Hansen show, I remember he used to go and yeah, Reddit mod, yeah. So basically with the Chris Hansen show I was talking about, Catch a Predator. To be in more detail, the guy wanted to do some photography work for someone named Mr. Peterson, and he walked all the way from Timbuktu to go there, and he was very calm, and assured. So what he did was he. It's very creepy how some of these people could be very calm and that they didn't do something wrong, but then they get caught. As I said, they had the transcripts. Now what they have is the snapshots. Right, exactly, Anna. Well said. As I said, if somebody has a problem with somebody, they could just block them, and they don't have to see a message. But oh, disturbing people, I can understand, can be a burden. But also, thankfully, there is those other buttons we have to not be bothered with different people here. So, and shout out to Gloria. Yeah. So basically, in that situation, yeah, because a lot of times, like what Remy and Anna is saying is that like it's like somebody's trying to get a rise out of somebody, and like somebody wants to get a reaction, you know. So that is true that there are people that are like that, and so a lot of times when people troll and things like that, they'll try to get a reaction. Now sometimes it can be entertaining to go and do like a roasting battle back and forth. It's I've done that before, but also other times they're trying to get a ruse out of somebody. That's also true too. So good points, ladies. And we have Remy says, "Don't think people get it. Also, people are trying to be funny." Yeah. And Aaron said, "Remember, yeah, it's true." And he stayed calm today. Yeah. All right. And Sharon says she chooses to ignore. Yes. Now Chris Hansen came back, and Anna says, "Guys can't take this Creole seriously." I'm scared. Right. Now Chris Hansen came back again, and he he went and did his he was catching some more predators and stuff with his online show, and that was pretty cool to see. It didn't last long, but he got some dude because they had the pizza, and they would have the guy like trying to eat the pizza, and it was like stuff in New York and things like that. And one guy wanted like a marriage contract with one of the girls when they got older, so it's quite disturbing. Yes. All right, so we achieved the other bar in that game. Okay. Yeah. So now, yeah, Reddit. Yeah, Remy, I've read things on Reddit before to like answer questions and stuff. The Reddit mod thing, it's a meme of a certain type of person. It has more to do with the type of person than it does with the other thing with the Reddit itself. Now, yeah, I've looked at Reddit to answer some questions and stuff like that, or get opinions on things. But I've not like used Reddit like in a social media way. But I've looked at things to see answers and things. But the Reddit mod thing, it's really less about Reddit, more about the person it's referring to, and and yeah. So even aliens will look at Reddit sometimes. Okay, Aaron, thank you for hanging out with us for a little bit. It was nice having you. And yeah, Amy, we have the a Timu Sheen irony. That's what seems to be going on. So, and I could like, okay, so Aaron, yeah, good night. Yeah, hit your like button. Yeah. Thank y'all that hit the like button for the alien. I do appreciate that. Yeah, do not provoke the monster. Right. And there's all kinds of monsters, even out in space. So, well, I was on this other planet recently, and they will have monsters that will be provoked on other planets too. There is also the brain-eating microorganisms as well. You have those on different planets, and also after floods. And then Gloria says, "If you did, you better be able to take it." Yeah, right on, exactly. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that I also believe where if people are going to do like bad things to other people, it may come back to them. So it's best not to be concerned about these things, and we all, you know, have to understand that because with the internet, there's a lot of wild stuff going on out there. Yeah, and you see, like with SpongeBob, another reason why I like it, I always liked the deep sea, the underwater, and I liked the aquatic life and things. Yes, karma, correct. Yeah, karma. Yes, karma, the universe, stuff like that. And so when I was little, I liked the aquariums, and I would see glow in the dark fish. So yeah, I always had an interest with the sea life and things like that, and so SpongeBob's something that I was like growing up watching, but it also was. It's not like a Teletubbies and things like that. Like adults and kids can both enjoy it, and so a lot of people that were kids watching the SpongeBob show are adults now. You know, so like they liked it then, they would like it now in theory. So basically, it they're where's Silver Fox? Yeah, uh, there are some were wondering about her today. I don't know about where Silver Fox is. I have not heard from Silver Fox in a very long time. I don't know. But shout out to Silver Fox. She's cool people. Yeah. So yeah, the aquariums. Yeah, Tubi, Tubby time. Actually, I watched the Teletubbies too. I watched that too when I was very very little, very little. That one, yeah, I remember they had this. They always seemed like they were like really high. They were having a good old time, and they had this monster thing that would go and clean up the mess. So that was something interesting. But another thing that occurred was there's conspiracies about that it was some sort of communist indoctrination channel show or something like that. Yeah, Tinky Winky. Yeah. Something real funny about me. When I was a kid, I had the Teletubby costume. Yeah. I always thought the little mirror thing they had in their body was pretty cool. Yeah. And I like the colors and the sky and stuff. I remember it, but not every single thing about it, but I remember it to some extent. And yeah, that was a good show. And what I did was with the now SpongeBob. There's conspiracy theories that SpongeBob was this. They were doing nuclear tests in that part of the Pacific, and the fish there are hybrids from the nuclear radiation, and that would explain why the fish were able to talk and have houses and different and have a Krusty Krab because they were you could say mutated or evolved into something else. Because there's a lot of different mutations. Like we were talking about abandoned places yesterday, like it was the Six Flags that went downhill because of the hurricane. But you have this other, there is in Eastern Europe, there is this nuclear meltdown that happened, and they had there's an abandoned amusement park there and an abandoned civilization there. Like the whole area is abandoned. So what they did was they had to go and evacuate everybody. You love SpongeBob, rest in peace. Oh, yeah, yeah, shout out to SpongeBob, but he did not, like, the new, this is what happened. So, to be clear about what I'm saying is that SpongeBob and Patrick and those fish were just regular sponges and starfish and stuff. But when the nuclear bombs were dropped for testing, it mutated them and caused them to become the way they are now. So that caused them to be able to talk and communicate with other people and things like that. And will communicate with each other. So, yeah, it's kind of a dark thing, but that is allegedly what occurred with that. But, yeah, so because the nuclear radiation caused them to mutate. So within Chernobyl, which I'm pronouncing it wrong, in Eastern Europe, they were able to have this other thing occur where they had frogs that had 3 eyes, and they had a bunch of hybrid animals there because of the nuclear radiation from the meltdown of that power plant. It was in the 80s. So you have the same type of correlation with the SpongeBob characters, how they were mutated from what they originally were. Just like in real life, you have frogs with 3 eyes. You have a couple of Timu deer and stuff like that. Phineas conspiracy. The sister has imaginary brother. Oh, I like Phineas and Ferb too. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Rebby. Yeah, I remember that one. It's like anytime they would build all these characters. So I remember it was around 2008 and stuff like that. I watch it, and Phineas and Ferb were these kids that would build these incredible things. They'd build these giant structures and these roller coasters and things like that. And then the sister would get angry and rant about what they're doing, and then the mother would come, and they were very clever, either by calculation on purpose or by chance. All their stuff would go away, and they would just go back to normal. So they seem like when they're building these type of structures, they must have had a plan in place to keep it sequestered. And every time she did the same thing over and over again. She just would not be able to get them caught. Yeah, I remember that. That was a good cartoon. And I just said, I don't know what is exactly going on in these days with those channels. Like, I know like Cartoon Network had really great cartoons on, but what happened was they got... There's new cartoons on there now, I guess, but there was something about Cartoon Network or one of those channels going out of business or something. They're not going out of business, but something was shutting down. I think Boomerang was shutting down. But yeah, it was great the time that we came up to see those cartoons, although each generation will say that. I'm glad that we got to see those when they were, like, going on. And, yeah, Phineas and Ferb, yeah, it's very good. Yeah, memories. The nostalgia. And as I said, yesterday we roasted Patrick where he was trying to get SpongeBob. SpongeBob had this secret of, the snapshot from the Christmas party, and he was just like, then we were talking about him. Then Patrick caused our stream to go out. Then we had to do a new stream. And then by doing our new stream, then we continued it. So there's like a little Patrick, a miniature Patrick on this giant cone, and then Abby was like, he's really enjoying riding that cone. And that was hilarious. Yeah. And I think the nostalgia is good, and it's good to remember these times. I think it's good to reflect on them. And also, what I recall was there was also the Rugrats. That's something else that I watched. That one was probably, it looked like the 90s, but it was from the I watched in the early 2000s, but it was in the 90s. I know that because it had to be because the way it was animated. Now there's Renan's. Oh, Remy, I'm sure it is great when one is high. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, and it has to be trippy. It has to be trippy. Like SpongeBob is already like a character that's like high already. Yeah, that has to be very funny. And then with SpongeBob, so yeah, he was allegedly a product of a nuclear hybrid because and you see Mr. Krabs is like a World War II veteran, or not a necessarily World War II veteran. He might have been from Korea. I might be getting that mixed up, but yeah he was in the service, and that's why they have references to World War II and the different wars and stuff because of that franchise where they drop the nuclear bombs in the water on the fish to try to test them out. Yeah. So there's a variety of different. I love the different fan fiction theories about what these people could be, and like people my age and stuff still like making content about it is pretty cool to see. So, for instance, there's some pretty big ones now. There's a theory that Pearl was adopted from that her mother was deleted, and Mr. Krabs adopted Pearl because he's not a whale, he's a crab. So that's a theory that was interesting. There's allegedly a lost episode. There's a couple of lost episodes that weren't released because you have a couple of this with many different TV shows where there's a lost episode somewhere where they don't know where it is exactly, but it's related to a conspiracy theory. So yeah, there's a lost episode that allegedly depicts that. So that's an interesting theory right there. There is another one about the out SpongeBob was somebody was watching Nickelodeon in the 2000s like really late at night. A Nick at night, and some very like distorted image of SpongeBob appears on the screen, and then it got clipped away, and people are trying to find out, like going to the records of 2005 to see if that's what happened, and we then see that there could have been something that happened, but they're not exactly sure. But yeah, so it's interesting looking back at the records. If something happens, like sometimes back in the past of the older TVs, there used to be TV hacks. I know it sounds like a meme or a channel or something, but it's actually real. Now, television's a little bit maybe different now than it used to be, but in the past, especially the 2000s and 90s and before that, people would hack a broadcast and they would have an image appear or a video of something else that wasn't supposed to be there. Sometimes they were like troll messages or real messages of missing people or things like that. So that was something that did happen. There was a TV hack that happened where somebody with like looked like a Trump mask, but Trump wasn't even like he was a popular back in the day, but he was not like now, where he's like all over the place in the media. But it looked like a similar like a Trump looking person like mask, and the guy had like glasses on, but it was like a mask, and they were kind of like a distorted kind of back and forth moving, and there's like some message behind it, and that actually happened. So the urban legends, as we like to call them, that's what they're called, the urban legends about the things that actually occurred with a TV hack, that a broadcast was hacked at Nickelodeon. But of course, Nickelodeon being a big company, it was in the 2000s. I think it would have been recorded better, or they would have detected it. It was during their the Nick at Night, because they would have Nickelodeon the Nick at Night in the after hours. So that is what, and one of the conspiracy theories about the broadcast thing that occurred. Now, a lot of times people make up these stories for entertainment purposes and whatever, and it's interesting to hear about because it's like campfire stories and stuff. It's very timeless. And You, I remember the one with the missing person. That one was very. It's kind of like a spooky one, but the person I don't think was a found. But that was just a still picture that appeared on the screen, and then, it was there. Yeah. So Plankton is another character. Now he always is trying to get the formula the of the Krabby Patty. Now with the formula, because he has something called chum at the chum bucket, and nobody wants to eat his chum that's all over the place. So he tries to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. But now Plankton and him were friends at one time, and then they became enemies. And yeah, there's a whole saga about that. And then like you had the SpongeBob movie where he kind of takes over for a little while. Then things might change, might not. It depends on what the ending of that movie is, which I did see it when I was little. And then you have this other movie, these other things where you have SpongeBob completely defeating Plankton. But yeah, so Plankton has his envy, and he has his computer wife, Karen. Yeah, that character is very funny. And that's how I learned about a lot of sea life and stuff. I learned a lot from that because when you have the sea life everywhere, I knew what a plankton was because I didn't really know about what a plankton was before that. Obviously, and then like a plankton's a tiny little microscopic creature. Speaking of plankton, reminds me of sea monkeys. So sea monkeys are these tiny little. They're kind of similar to plankton. I'll tell you exactly what it is. The sea monkeys. Let's see. Come on, page. Okay. Those things were very fun for kids back in the day. Not sea box, but sea monkey. Okay, it's a brine shrimp. Sea monkeys is marketed term for brine shrimp and also novelty aquarium pets in the United States in 1957. And it was started in 1957. As I said, those things, I like those. But it was a marketing campaign. And then with the marketing campaign, he would go and it was created by Harland Nathan Braunhunt. So yeah, it was marketed very well, but they're not actually sea monkeys. They're these tiny little shrimps. And that's something else that I liked, seeing in their little aquarium that they had. And that kind of reminds you of something similar to plankton. And I do think the marketing was quite clever with it. Alright, and now we're throwing the daggers at this crab right over here. Okay. Yeah, so okay, throwing the knives everywhere. That's pretty cool. Okay. And then you have, like, with SpongeBob, you have Sandy Cheeks, who she was from Texas, from the land, and she comes down the sea. And there's this one where they have, like, dumb old Texas. That one was funny. And with Texas, she was she's a scientist and she knows karate, a couple different things, and so that character is also funny. Looks like the one of them was attacking me as I was leaving. Yeah, and I like how the franchise of SpongeBob continued. Because it's good to, although it's very different than the original ones. I think it's a good series that I talk about quite often. And I like the moral lessons, and as I said, adults and kids can enjoy it. It's very cool. So, and as the times are going on, I think that it's good that they put moral lessons and different things in those shows. And I also, one thing I like about those shows, kind of like with anime, where anime is something we talk about here, like with Trigun, and we talk about Dragon Ball Z and things like that. So these other cartoons as well, the American ones. One thing about SpongeBob, I love we would call the colors. It's very nice and colorful. Hello, Jerry. Hello there. And yeah, the colors are very nice. I said it reminds you of when I went to the beach. It's like the sand at the beach is so much like more intricate. And I remember I would find sand dollars also. I always thought it was like SpongeBob money. So that was pretty cool. And like, SpongeBob's underwater now. The newer SpongeBob movies are animated with a 3D animation. Now, speaking of animation in general, like you have the Disney cartoons like I liked from back in the past. The Disney cartoons from back in the past were very great pieces of art. Remember, like when I was a kid, they would have tapes. So I'd watch the tapes of them, and now everything's animated with 3D animation. A lot of people were going to get into the field of animation, but they couldn't because of the way they changed everything. Now they had Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, where it was not the original name. It was not the original one. It was the other one was very cool. It was like stop animation. So you have to take like a figurine, which I've made clay figures before that I would take pictures of, and it could be used as a concept of creating you take a picture of it, and you take a picture of it and just watch it move around. So they're very tedious and very good, hard work. Now the animated one was alright, but it just was not the same as like the other kind. Like they don't, and a lot of people with the 3D. I mean, I like Pixar. Like Pixar makes excellent movies and stuff, and their animations have increased very well over the years. But I also appreciate like the older Disney cartoons they used to have. So when I see these 3D animations, I like the 3D animation version of SpongeBob the movie. But I also like the other kind where they had the drawn out version. But SpongeBob's still drawn. But the movies are not. The only one movie was. Yeah, so in others, as I said about this game, for those that don't know, which I've been talking about a lot, they've incorporated Liar's Dice in this game, which I think is awesome because Liar's Dice is very important to me because it's from that movie. And I'm glad they finally added it. Now, a way that Disney did those animations from the past they would look over it with a giant camera that's pointed down, and you and they would take different pictures of the slides. That's very cool how they did that back in the 40s and 50s and stuff. And they were wishing they had a technology that was easier to make animation, but when we look back, although we like our current way of animation, which is fine, the other one was very cool too, very good with art. You know, the reason why they made it for adults to also enjoy the those types of movies was because a lot of times older siblings or cousins or guardians or parents of the kids would watch it with them. So they want to make the shows where it would appease adults and kids at the same time. And also, you could say like a kid could grow up and still enjoy the stuff, you know, that was on TV at that time. Now, I think that with also the abandoned places, another things that I like seeing is the hauntings of different places. Like they'll have all over the world, you have these different hauntings that go on these different places and things like that. You have, and they'll have like urban explorers, like we're talking about the Six Flags, where they had the urban explorers who look in different places. And like for instance, I like how in the Middle East they'll have ghost hunters over there that try to look for the jinn, which is like a genie. It's like their version of that. It's like this kind of, I would interpret it as some sort of otherworldly type being, kind of like an alien type thing that does like exist within this realm, but it's kind of like in a supernatural realm. And you'll have like, it's pretty interesting to see how they'll go and they allegedly see one, and they say a prayer, which is good to do, and no, scary, yeah, yeah, it is scary. And also I do believe that it's interesting to learn about, but I understand that it is also very scary and creepy at the same time. But I do like, one thing I like about those things is that it shows the spiritual realm. The jinn is a spirit. Okay, thank you, Remy. Thank you. And yeah, because I remember like there's these different theories that they're having that the aliens that I talk about are the jinn, which I guess that they could be. It's possible, but it's like a spirit. Okay, because I know it's some. I do believe they exist, but it's like some sort of a, like we would call like a ghost or something like that. But I understand what you're saying. It's a spirit. I hear you. And basically, they'll go through these abandoned places in the Middle East and they'll look for them. And yeah, as I said, are they? I do believe that there are real ones that are captured. I know there's also hoaxes that are there. But yeah, so the people seemed obviously quite terrified when they encountered them. Of course, it was normal, because it's some thing. Now, I hear that the jinn can be either good or bad. It just depends. But some of them are not good. Some of them are good, I hear, allegedly. Now, because like in the West, we know them as genies. Like you rub a bottle, like of some kind of a vase or something, and then it kind of comes out and grants you a wish. And Remy said the jinn can be good spirit or evil spirit. And the story goes, don't go looking for them. Remy, I'm not looking for them. I'm not looking for them. But yeah, so they'll go and look for them. And as I said, the people, I don't know, it could be fake. They could be fake, or they could be like some of these videos could be faked. I'm saying not that the jinn are fake. I believe they're real. But yeah, people go looking for them and they'll do their prayer, and that's good. They do prayer because it's important to do that if you're encountering something bad. But yeah, they'll go and like seek them out. But anyway, so yes, and Remy says yes, the spirit. The spirit, they have their own identity. The ghosts are deleted people, but jinn are spiritual beings. Okay, thank you, Remy. Yeah, because I hear all kinds of different things about them, and I just, when I hear, like with the trials, when there's too much information about it could be this or that, it's best to get down to what the truth is. Yeah. So, yeah. And, yeah, because I remember, like, they'll see this cloaked type figure, which, as I said, it could be them doing a prank video or something, but it's supposed to be a real one. And then they go and their prayer, and they run out the place, which is good. And they, so I've seen that. Now, I like the architecture. They'll have some of the, like, the Middle Eastern, I guess, houses. I don't know what they call them over there, but some of the architecture was influenced in Spain from the Middle East, and then they incorporated it into different stuff, like with the Spanish Empire when they went over here. Like, some of the different structures are similar to that, because I noticed, like, they look kind of similar to some stuff over here. And so I was like, oh, that's interesting, because they're kind of like close to them. So, yeah, so that was something I've seen on YouTube, on the YouTubes, that is thrilling to see, but it's also, I wouldn't go out and like looking for them specifically. And, like, some things I said could be fake, some things could be real. Now, there are, yeah, so with ghosts, yeah, ghosts usually are people, Islamic geometry. Okay, thank you, that's the word. And then what occurred was so there's different theories about ghosts from the West view. Now, yes, usually it's people that have passed away. It's called scared geometry. There you go, yeah. They are, yeah, scared. Yeah. So, yeah, and a lot of times, like, urban explorers, they usually look for in abandoned places because they're exploring that. Because I will say that, like, yesterday we were talking about the abandoned Six Flags. So with the abandoned Six Flags, I appreciate those people for going there and taking the pictures of it. Although it was extremely risky that they did that, I still appreciate them doing that because, as I said, it's weird. Like, I remember being a kid there, and now it's, like, in ruins. But as I said, it's good to see some images come out of it. Was showing Abby in chat yesterday, and so that kind of was related to those things. And then, like, in Russia, they'll have other sightings where they will go in these Russian houses. I've seen Russian art since I was a kid. They did, like, how their houses and stuff look. So there's an abandoned Russian house, and, like a table will move or something. Or, as I said, some things are hoaxes. Some things could be real things going on. There's a combination of those things. And also, that's also interesting to see. So some of them are very realistic, and some of them are not. Like, I remember there's this one guy that was in America who thought he was having some sort of a haunting of some kind, where he would hear a knock on the door, and he'd open it, there's no one there. He kept on doing it over and over again. I said somebody could have been on the other side of it doing it, but it's interesting. Like, at the time, it was like it could be something going on. So I do believe that there's good and evil ones, like, spiritual-wise. Now, with ghosts, there are usually, yes, the deceased people coming back, yes. Now, there's been theories recently, like, some people think that the ghosts are demons disguised as people that passed away, but, so that's a theory. I guess it's newer, but, that is a theory that has been coming around, in recent times. Oh, hello, SC, it's great to see you, buddy. It has been a while since you've been here, so shout out to you, buddy. I appreciate you hanging out with me. And SC, I hope that you've been doing well, buddy. And yeah, so we're talking about a variety of different things, including some of the TV shows that we kind of watched growing up that were pretty cool, that has to do with the topic. And also we were talking about the abandoned places and ghosts and stuff, yeah. So, and then you have some fools, Remy, that will try to use witchcraft to try to contact dark spirits, and it doesn't go well usually. Oh, you're making a video about the same topic? Oh, okay. That's cool, Essie. And yeah, so then you have that occurrence where, and then this bad stuff happens. Oh, SC, thank you for listening. Yes. Yeah, I think that I'll email you later. And also, so basically, that what has occurred is that people do these like edgy things to try to contact the different spirits and stuff, and usually it's not recommended to do that, like from like our religious perspectives. But yeah, people go and do that. But then what will occur is you have sometimes people have a some sort of an evil spirit in their house or in their area from across the east or the west, and a lot of times the a lot of times the religions and stuff will the religion, the people that believe in God, like it helps get rid of those evil spirits. That's what I've noticed in these encounters that people had. So one thing I like about this type of stuff is that people can see the the power of the belief in God is very important. Where other people say that it's not real, like God doesn't exist, but people got their own beliefs. But I like to see like when these people are in these very troubling situations, that's when the faith comes out, and then they're helped, they're delivered. Because I think like people, especially in other countries or this country, or people in situations where God is all that they have more faith. But when the things they go away from God, when they think that they could do everything on their own. So as I said, I do like the one thing I like about the ghost sightings and stuff where things go wrong is that people go to the belief in God, which I think is very important. Yeah. So there is this one incident where people were in the graveyard in the SpongeBob show where he was trying to Mr. Krabs was trying to get this hat, right? And people want to offer him $1 million for it. So when they offered it for $1 million, they would go and he's like, this must be very valuable, so he wanted to go back and get it. So it belonged to someone else that was already a fish that was already passed away. And then when they're passed away, he had to go into the graveyard and go fight him for it. And then you had this other part where SpongeBob's sleeping and he wakes up to see this a piece of paper with a ghost drawn on it with an angry look on its face. And he was going, boo. And he actually believed it was a real ghost. That was a scary episode. That was funny. They made these shows kind of scary for the kids, but it was still thrilling to watch because it could be quite thrilling. A lot of times when people explore the abandoned places, they will find like people in there, like homeless people and stuff, and they have to go and leave it. Like they'll hear a noise from the top, they'll hear a noise from above, or hear a noise somewhere, and they get startled. Yeah, so I like those type of themes. Those type of themes are very interesting to me. And the the nuclear meltdown, and so also as you were talking about the abandoned Six Flags, in my experience with it, that was something that was very wild that occurred, and regarding the abandoned Six Flags. So basically, I I liked it when it was there, but it's interesting to see it in this state. But the city never did anything with it, and every time they try to get somebody to do something with it, it just doesn't work out. Now we have the bounty hunter coming in. Okay, so yeah, I liked the that episode also. Because I can't think of any of them I don't like, but there's a couple of them that were very memorable to me that stuck out more than others. Right. The Sea Dog must. And oh, oh no, I never. All right, and SC says interesting stuff by where you live. Yeah, yeah, it's by where I am. Yes. Yeah, it's in yeah, it's in my city. Yeah. Oh yeah, the forest by the lake. Yeah, I like the forest. It's nice. Yeah, I like. Oh yeah, Remy. Yeah, yeah. The voodoo stuff, and yeah, and and SC says thank you so much. I remember a city kid that moved out to the country, so I can offer you some tips. Thank you. Yeah, I've known SC for quite a while, and he's cool people. And also, as he says, thank you so much. I was in the city kid and moved out to the country. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, and Remy says Nola is home to voodoo and spooky stuff, but I still want to visit. And also, also with the people wanting to, yeah, it's a very nice city to visit, and it is home to the voodoo stuff. It is, and where a lot of this stuff has occurred. The voodoo came from Africa, and yeah, it is in the city, but the city's also predominantly Catholic, where they don't practice the voodoo stuff. But yeah, they are. I'm not met anyone that does voodoo really, but they are out there, and it is a city of spooks and ghosts and stuff like that. And the voodoo, yeah, it is a nice place to visit. Yeah, I would think so too. I would, of course, I live there, but yeah, I would recommend it definitely. Yes, Remy, I do believe there's a lot of gin here. Yes, that's true. Oh, that's nice, Essie. That's nice. Centaria, I don't know what that is. I have to look that up. Okay, so Centaria is a Afro-Caribbean religion that roots beliefs and traditions combines with elements of Catholicism. Okay, that's what something that uh, some people believe that, but I've not known anyone that believes that. I've not. Okay, that's something that some people practice that I don't even know. It was this thing where you have what's it called? This Marie Laveau. She was this Creole woman that practiced voodoo and Catholicism at the same time. Afro Cuban. Well, I saw Afro Caribbean, but yeah, the Cuba's in the Caribbean. But yeah, so some people practice that, but no, New Orleans is mainly Catholic. It's mainly Catholic, but it has other religions too, and there's all the religions here basically. And but basically with voodoo, yeah, I don't really know voodoo being commonly practiced here, but especially at a time period it was practiced. I don't have like the complete stats about it, but yeah, that's all right. Yeah, yeah, they believe strongly, in God, and also because it was a colony of France and Spain, so there's a lot of themes from France and Spain here. Yeah, so basically there's a lot of churches and cathedrals and stuff here, and also I want to look up the percentage of people that practice voodoo in the city. Let's see what this is. Oh, okay, Remy, understood. Yeah, there's the Creole people. Originally, the Creole meant that Creole meant people that were born from in the Americas in the New World that weren't in the colony. But now it means people that are mixed, or white people, or like that mixed with some black ancestry from the Caribbean. So it's a combination of both. Oh yeah, definitely, Remy. Because it's not the okay. So basically, so this is what it is. So according to the societal leaders, estimated 50 to 80% of the population practice some form of voodoo, which I don't. I never even met anyone that practices voodoo. Often blend of elements of other religions like Christianity, but as I said, I've never met anyone in my life that practiced voodoo. Yeah, Haiti is the most known for voodoo. Overtime says Marie Sabrina, the famous shaman who worked wonders for her community. As I said, I never met anybody that did voodoo. But as I said, Remy, most people are Catholic here. Most of them are Catholic. So now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Voodoo in New Orleans. Okay, Remy, I got new statistics. It's during the 1900s. I got it wrong because the what I showed you was the statistics of the country, but I want the statistics of New Orleans that practice it. Is during the 1900s, voodoo largely went back underground. It is estimated today that as much as 15% of the population in New Orleans practices voodoo, though the public perception casts spells and sticking pens and voodoo dolls is largely Hollywood nonsense. So it's mostly Hollywood stuff, but it says 15% of people do. I've never met anyone that practices it. I have seen voodoo shops, and I have seen voodoo things like that before, but I've not seen this other thing that is talked about. Like I've not seen anyone practice it. Yeah, mods in the building, and SE says didn't a lot of come from the French Canada to that area? Okay, the Cajuns are from French Canada. that didn't swear allegiance to the King of England, so they're sent down here. And the other group, the Creoles, are from the white settlers and the blacks, the free people of color, as it's called. The overtime says, I watched Angel Heart. It's a Hollywood nonsense movie. Yeah. Okay. Cage and Catfish. Essie says, did you see the video of the lady doing it with a voodoo doll at the Super Bowl? I didn't see that, but that's really something crazy. Wow. Using pins on a voodoo doll of Kansas City, there is a video of it. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't know that. Oh, wow. But yeah, it's mostly Catholic. Marie Laveau, yeah. She was the one that practiced that. Yeah, there's some shops in the city that sell voodoo dolls and stuff. And voodoo things. Scared. No, I've not seen that movie. That sounds interesting. I have to go watch that though. Yeah, over time, that's a good idea. Yes. Yes, right on overtime. Yeah. Let's see, the Wax Museum. They used to have a wax museum here, but they took it down because they wanted to build other things like Where's My Water, and not Where's My Water. They want to build things like condos and stuff. You're welcome, overtime. All right, so you have these, like, this is of the wax museum. So this is that was taken down because they want to build condos. That was an example of the people, the slaves practicing voodoo there in that time period. I always liked the wax museum. I know it's creepy, but I always liked it. And so that was like a depiction of it. And this was another interesting thing. So the King of France was trying to the King of France was, yeah, he was trying to get this situation taken care of where there's too many men in the colonies and there wasn't a lot of women. So they sent women from France for the men here to create offspring and stuff. Oh, overtime. I've never had that before. I never had that problem before. I'm scared. So these women were sent. They're called the casket girls, and the bags that the women were carrying, they resemble a casket. So there's these conspiracy theories that they're trying to bring vampires from the old country of Europe into the United States. So they thought that they were carrying vampires with them. Then you got this other. This is Marie Laveau. Yeah, she was. That was her doing some voodoo thing where she was having people pay her for doing a job. Let's call it that. That was a depiction of her. And this figure is the monster of the lagoon. That was from an old movie. And Overtime says, I bought it thinking it was the fresh, but no, of course, I had to modify that and Shiyu it. Yeah. Yeah, so they had some depictions from some of the old movies there. From the old movies in the 50s and stuff, in the 40s. And then this was a Cyclops. This is a type of Nephilim creature, technically, but this was from like a horror movie when they had a Cyclops. And that would be from like the Abrahamic religions. It would be a Nephilim creature. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll have it up for y'all to chat on soon. My favorite old company is LGR Research Group. Or as he says, is that the Ripleys believe are not just a different museum? Um, I don't know what it was called. This is when Lewis and Clark were exploring Louisiana a long time ago, when they were sent by the east to go west. All right. All right. I'm going to find the name right now. It was called. This is what it was called. The Muse Conti the Conti Wax Museum. All right. This is what it was called. Scared. All right. Also, these were some hoes, some uh, that were fighting, and they used to pickpocket men's um, wallets and stuff like that. You're welcome, Essie. I've known you since the beginning, bro. I'm glad you're here with me. And also, you see, you have this situation where you have the people, the ladies fighting, and they had like the pickpocketers and stuff. So that was something else that the city was depicted of having had come through and hit the like and say what's up. Oh well, DJ, Overtime. I always appreciate you here, buddy. Anytime you're able to come hang out with us, I appreciate you. All right. And this is this is going to be a disturbing one. This was a woman that owned some slaves, and she was a serial killer, and she tortured them in the attic, and she was chased out of the city, and she went back to Europe. So that was a very disturbing one that we saw. Yeah, so those are the slaves, and she would, torture them and like murder them and stuff, and then she was kicked out of the city. That was something from there. And also, this is Napoleon in his bathtub. We could play chess on Discord. That's really cool. Yeah, the worst lady ever. I agree. It's very evil. Yes. And also, you have. I like playing chess. That's pretty cool. And then that's Napoleon on in his bathtub, talking about the city and selling it. Yes, it's good that they chased her out the city. Unfortunately, she never was found again. But she was, you know, yes, I believe they do, Remy. I'll look it up to make sure. She was never put to justice, but I believe she's in hell now. All right, she's in hell for what she did. So, God is all justice. All right, but still on this earth, she wasn't brought to justice. She was never seen again. And hey, Greg, good to see you, buddy. All right, which tours, Nola? Yes, they have witch tours. All right, thank you, SCDJ. I appreciate y'all helping each other out. That's good. Yeah, they do witch tours, and they do haunted tours. I want to show you all the cemeteries. Also, okay. All right, and basically, these are what the cemeteries look like. They're above ground graves. They're not like the kind that you bury underground. They're like mausoleums. I have some relatives in these things, and they're like streets. They have like street signs and stuff. You could say it's a city of the dead. I want to listen to them when I get a chance. Definitely look and check it out. If you have a channel, I will sub to you as well as yours. That's good over time. It's good to help each other out. That's good. And yeah, so these are the above ground graves, and yes, they have crosses because that they'll either have crosses because of the Catholic Church, or they'll have the Jewish ones where they just have Hebrew on them and they don't have anything really. Sometimes a Star of David or something, but they don't really have anything markers on them. And yeah, so that is the crosses, and yeah, those are some other ones. And there's other people, I guess, that aren't religious that were given these type of cemeteries. Now, the reason why they have an above ground graves is because they when you bury something underground, they like to come back up. It's kind of hard to keep something down because of the water here. So they had to do above ground graves, and also like in the pirate game in the Caribbean, we will see that as well. Yeah. Yeah, they are pretty. Yeah, definitely. That one has some flowers and stuff. Yeah, and that, as I said, is like a street, like a road. SE says, I do. It's more of an outdoor channel, but I used to be involved with hip hop too much to type out right now, but Baltimore originally. Oh, that's cool, SE. I always like the tips and stuff, SE, you do. Overtime says, I sample old vinyl movies and video games, etc. Wolverines used to be DJ Lazy Boy presents, half along records. My buddy Big Loop now is DJ Overtime Productions. You dig, SE. Facts. All right. And also show you the churches. Yeah, and this is the some historical churches in the city because the as I said, it's predominantly Remy, it's predominantly a Catholic themed city, and they're very religious, believe in God strongly. As I said, I've never met anyone that does voodoo. Like, it's not. I know it's known for voodoo stuff, but it's predominantly like a Christian city over the uh, witchcraft. But they are there though. I just, you have to like go seek those people out, or if they are there, they don't really talk about it. Now, Remy, I have seen some people that are into witchcraft and stuff. They'll wear like the different, you can tell by some of the occultic stuff that they wear that there's people that are into witchcraft. Yeah, they are there, but I don't really associate with them. Right, so this is a famous one right here. That is true over time, the Blair Witch. Yes. Yeah, that is. Yeah, that is like. That's a famous St. Louis Cathedral. That's a famous one. Oh, that's good, Remy. You do a historical tour. Yeah. And then you have like this, like the inside of it, of some of the churches. You have a lot of, they have the crucifix. They have a couple of different things. Lots of nice artwork. Because it was from like France and Spain that were Catholic. Also, other Catholic people came to the city, but there's also Protestant ones too. But it's more known for the Catholic ones. There's all kinds of religions here. There are synagogues, there's mosques, there's all kinds of different religions here. And there's Buddhist temples, there's all religions here. It's a melting pot of different cultures and people put together. All right. Yeah, so I'm glad that y'all think it's quite fascinating. And let's see. Let's see what the origins of voodoo were. Okay. Yeah, like they'll do these scary dances and stuff. Thanks, Essie. Thanks. Hi, all. Hello, my precious. Oh, thank you. Thank you, G. I really appreciate that. And it is good to see you, G. I missed you, and basically, what we were doing is we were talking about a couple of different things regarding the city I'm in. Thank you, Remy. I appreciate that. Let's see. Okay. And so basically, in Hello G, I got a little sidetracked for a second. Okay. Hello, my Hope Diamond, G, my precious treasure. I'm glad that you're here. G said, I missed you too. As you know, I haven't been feeling well. I can use some prayers, guys. I need this horrible string of illnesses events to be lifted. Yes, G, praying in the Lord's name that you are completely relieved of all this and it can pass over. Definitely. And the Hope Diamond was a diamond from King Louis. It's in a museum. So that is what you are, G. Shout out to you. In G, I don't know how to pronounce the name of that diamond, but thank you for the compliment, G. I appreciate it. And also complimenting chat. A vive is a religious symbol commonly used in different branches of voodoo throughout the African diaspora, such as Haitian voodoo, Louisiana voodoo, and Viva acts as a beacon for the Iwa and will serve as the Iwa's representation during rituals. Thank you, G, for praying for us. Well, thank you. Thank you. Red diamond. Well, thank you. It's a beautiful diamond. Thank you. All right, G said, Alien, I need you to know about a miracle. Remember about my mom and the cancer spots in 3 places. You will not believe this. They told us the bad news today out of the blue. You ready? The cancer is literally magically not there. Oh, amen. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. And I will pray that the 2 spots are also gone too. Well, gee, I am so delighted and overjoyed to hear that. Amen. And yeah, we prayed for her mom, and I'm glad to hear that the prayers have been answered. Yeah, being sick sucks. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Remy, amen. And G said, no one can believe it. They told us it's so bad. Yeah. Hallelujah. Amen. And also, I'll be talking about some of the origins of this voodoo stuff. Although it's not the main theme of the city. And also, Remy, this a symbol of the New Orleans Saints is the fleur-de-lis. And with the fleur-de-lis, it is a flower. It's from France, and it's a symbol used a lot in the church. So that's one of the symbols of the city, which is known as a Christian symbol, and so that's like one of the main symbols of the city. Kind of like how our theme is the alien symbol. The city, it's the fleur-de-lis, and also it was used in Europe all over the place. Like even the King Charles on his crown, King Charles III. King Charles III's crown has it. The fleur-de-lis. It's all over Europe. Voodoo hoodoo. Good ones, bad ones. Scared. Like Bob said, everything little thing will be alright. Yeah. Shout out to Bob. Yeah. Every little thing's gonna be alright. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes, we still have marching bands, especially at Mardi Gras. At Mardi Gras, we have them. There's all kinds of nice parties and things at Mardi Gras. They'll have the marching bands. Yeah. One of my friends I grew up with was in the marching band. Well, gee, I wanted them to know because one thing that Remy was curious about is that she thought that the city was more into voodoo, but it's actually a Catholic city, and we're saying about how it's a witchcraft and stuff that we don't follow, but still I was giving her an explanation about how it came here, where why it was here. It's only a very small population in the city that practices it, so I was just trying to clear up some rumors about it because we're talking about the history of the city, but all we're talking about is like where it came from, and and also this we don't follow it because we follow God. We don't follow these things. But it's something. Seems to be a rumor that the city is a voodoo themed city, but it's actually there is voodoo themed stuff. Like there's voodoo chips, for fun. You know, there's marketing in it, but it's actually a Catholic city. Yeah, New Orleans, right? G. Yeah, I don't worship it. I worship God only. And Liberty said, "Hey, just checking in." Oh, hello, Liberty. It's great to see you. Welcome. Welcome to the conversation. I appreciate you. Yeah, I remember Interview with the Vampire. That's a good movie. All right, so it is a religious symbol commonly used in different branches of voodoo throughout African diaspora, such as Haitian voodoo and Louisiana voodoo. And Vevey acts as a beacon for the Iwa and will serve as the Iwa's representation during the rituals. The Vivas should not be confused with the Ana for Ayunas used in the Apica and the Fimas used in Palo, nor these other different regions of the Afro America. Marie Madu, she'll pull a spell on you. She's the witch queen of New Orleans. Yeah, exactly. Gee, there is no verdict yet in that trial. No verdict yet. The possible origins include the cosmorgram of the Congo people that originated in Nis Ebidi, system of writing in the Igobide of Ecoide languages in West and Central Africa. I've heard it before. I'll look it up, Liberty, but I know the song. So basically, it started around the Congo people and in Central Africa. According to the Milio Ragud, the verse represents the figures of astral forces in the course of voodoo ceremonies. The repercussion of the astral forces represented by the Veves obliges of the Iwa to descend to the earth. Kind of like we were talking about the Watchers and the Fallen Ones. That is the same type of concept. That they came all over the world and deceived people. Right. Every Ifwa has their own unique Veve, although regional differences have led to different Vives over the same Iwa in some cases. Sacrifices and offerings are usually placed upon them, with food, drink, and being most commonly used. In the ritual and other formalities, Veve is usually drawn on the floor by the strewing of the powder like substance, commonly cornmeal, wheat, flour, bark, and red brick powder or gunpowder, though the material depends entirely upon the ritual. In Haitian voodoo, a mixture of cornmeal and wood ash is used. Thank you, Liberty. Thank you. Yeah, I just they play those songs around Mardi Gras and stuff. Vives use a symbolic imagery to identify the spiritual being invoked. For example, the gatekeeper spirit Papa Legba is represented by the Vive featuring a walk cane. Symbolizing his friendly, grandfatherly nature, these designs often include coded elements reflecting the artist's martyrial and partennial heritage. Offering are typically presented in Louisiana voodoo. This may include the coffee canids and associated with the spirit. The spirit is generally meant to be invoked in the central cross of the Veve. It's made into a screen painting and patchwork, walls hanging artworks, art banners, and stuff. So, in Louisiana voodoo specifically, this is some of the history about how it got to the city. Louisiana voodoo, also known as New Orleans voodoo, was an African diasporic religion that existed in Louisiana and the broader Mississippi River Valley between the 18th and early 20th centuries. It arose through a process of syncretism with the traditional religions of West Africa, Central Africa, and Haitian voodoo. No central authority controlled Louisiana voodoo, which was organized through autonomous groups. From the early 18th century, enslaved West and Central Africans, the majority of the Bambara and Bakongo were brought in the French colony of Louisiana. Their their traditional religions synchronized with each other and with the Catholic beliefs of the French. This continued as Louisiana came under Spanish control and was then purchased by Louisiana states. In 1803, the early 19th century, many migrants fleeing the Haitian Revolution arrived in Louisiana, bringing with them Haitian voodoo, which contributed to the formation of Louisiana voodoo in practice primarily by the black people, but with some involvement with voodoo spread upon the Mississippi River to Missouri. Although the religion was never banned, its practices were restricted, laws regulated, and where black people could gather. Growing government positions in the mid 19th century brought multiple arrests and persecutions, while increased press attention directed to the greater attention promotion of voodoo practitioners. With Marie Laveau, voodoo died out in the early 20th century, although some still practice the surviving through hoodoo. She's a superstitions black cat and doo-doo dolls living La Vida Loca. Yeah. I've heard about that. That it seems like the mafia. I've heard about that. And I don't know much about that. But yeah, there is, the Louisiana. There's a lot of Italians, different groups that came here that were Catholic. So yeah, and there could be some. I have to look into it. But yeah, I understand what you mean, Liberty. All right, so hoodoo is a spiritual observance of traditions and beliefs, including magical and other ritual practices developed by enslaved African Americans in southern United States and American botanical knowledge. The practitioners of hoodoo called for root workers, conjure doctors, and conjure men, conjure women, and conjure doctors. And while there are a few academics who believe in hoodoo is an anonymous religion, those who practice the tradition maintain that it is a set of spiritual traditions that are practiced in conjecture with other religions' spiritual belief system, such as traditional African spirituality and the Abrahamic religions. So the first documented word was hoodoo, appeared in 1870. It's like hood. It's like the hoodoo. Yeah, it's really like hoodoo. Its origins are obscure. Still, some linguists believe it originated as some alternation word to voodoo. All right, SC. Well, if you lose power, I'm glad that you hung out with me, and chill with us. A word that has origin in the Gibe language, such as the Iwi, Adjoa, and Fon languages in Ghana, Toga, and Benin, referring to divinity. Other possible etymological origin of the word hoodoo comes from hoodoo, meaning spirit work, which comes in the Iwu language spoken in West Africa countries and of Ghana, Toga, and Benin. Hoodoo is one of its dialectics according to the Paschal, and word of hoodoo is from the African dialect. All right, SC, understood. Liberty says, "What are those dolls you get that look like your enemy and you stick pins in that voodoo doll?" It's called a voodoo doll. According to Yovone Chirayu, Hoodoo is an African American based religion that makes use of natural and supernatural elements or to create and effect change in human experience. Hoodoo was created by African Americans who were among 12 million enslaved Africans from various Central and West African ethnic groups transported to the Americas from the 16th 19th centuries as part of the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade to the United States occurred between 1619 and 1808, and the illegal slave trade in the United States occurred between 1808 and 1860. He's having a storm, Liberty. All right. After the contact with European slave traders and missionaries, some Africans converted to Christianity willingly. At some time, other enslaved were forced to become Christians, which resulted in synchronization of African spiritual practices and beliefs with Christian faith. Enslaved and free Africans learned regional indigenous botanical knowledge after they arrived in the United States. The extent to which hoodoo could be practiced varied by region and temperament of enslavers. For example, the Gala people of the coastal southeastern experienced an isolation and relative freedom and allowed the retention of various traditional West African cultures, particularly among the Gala people and enslaved African Americans in the Mississippi Delta, where the concentration of enslaved people was dense. Hoodoo was practiced under an extensive cover of secrecy. The reason for secrecy among enslaved and free African Americans was that the slave codes prohibited large gatherings of enslaved and free black people. Enslavers experienced how slave religion ignited slave revolts. Okay, Liberty, see you later. All right. So, all right, Liberty, nice seeing you. Take care. All right. So, thank you so much. It rains here a lot, but more than the other year. Okay. And G says, sorry, Remy. The kids are fine. My older one wasn't either. She was sick too, but minor residue. Okay. All right. This is how it got into the city. Louisiana voodoo, also known as the New Orleans voodoo, was African diasporic religion that existed in Louisiana and broader Mississippi. In 18th, 20th century, it arose through the process of that. Okay, I read that. Okay, from we're at the point where they talked about the hoodoo. Okay, so from the earliest 18th century, enslaved West Africans, major from Bambara and Bakongo, were brought to the French colony of Louisiana. Traditions there are traditional religions synchronizing with each other. The Catholic beliefs of the French, this during the French colony of Louisiana. This continued. Louisiana came under Spanish control and was then purchased by the United States in 1803. In the early 19th century, and many migrants fleeing the Haitian Revolution arrived in Louisiana, bringing with them Haitian voodoo, which contributed to the formation of Louisiana voodoo, practiced primarily by black people, but with some white involvement. Voodoo was spread up to the Mississippi River to Missouri, and then a prominent figure is Marie Laveau, who died out in the 20th century, although some of its practices survived through hoodoo. Oh yeah, hope that y'all are stay safe with the weather y'all having. Yeah. Information about voodoo's beliefs and practices come from various historical records. This material is partial due to about the religion is not known. Historical records reveal the names of various deities who were worshipped in voodoo. Prominent among them were Blanc Dani, Grand Zombie, and Papa Labat, who identities derived from various African divinities. These were ventured at altars and offered animal sacrifices. Several sources refer to involvement of live snakes in rituals. Spirits of the deleted Catholic saints also played a prominent role. Each voodoo group was independent and typically led by priestess or less commonly priests. Membership of these groups was provided through the initiation ceremony. Major celebrations occurred in St. John's Eve, which the 19th century was marked in large gathering shores of Lake Pontchartrain, also playing an important part of voodoo practices, as well as a production of material charm, also known as grizz grizz, for purposes such as the healing and cursing. Louisiana voodoo has faced opposition, and non-participants have characterized it as a witchcraft, a devil worship. Negative attitudes have also resulted in many sensationalized portrayals of the religion in popular culture. From 1960s, the New Orleans tourist industry increasingly used references to voodoo to attract visitors, while 1990 saw a start of voodoo revival. Those that participated drew heavily on their African diasporic religions, such as Haitian voodoo and Cuban Santeria, like what Remy mentioned before. So, that's how it got here, but it wasn't really, they eradicated it kind of, but they still have some people that brought it back. But yeah, they have voodoo shops and things like that where people could buy these different things. And yeah, it is quite a interesting thing. So yeah, they have Zapp's voodoo chips that are just for marketing reasons. I'll show you that in a moment. All right, so you got these like voodoo chips. And it's just for marketing. They're very good. Very good. Yeah, we will have a lot of people that will eat them and they enjoy them. So basically, a G said something interesting. Okay, some people charge insane amounts to trick people. I could never sleep knowing that I'm manipulating people into cultish voodoo stuff. Amen. G said, OMG, guys, did you know that the killer in Lincoln Riley wins unexpectedly court victory for mental evaluation? Oh, that is cringe. That is cringe. G said, that looks actually yummy, not gonna lie. Yeah, I've eaten these all the time. Yeah, so these chips are Zapp's potato chips. And yeah, so there you go. Very good in the city. And also Popeyes is very good. And as I've said before, like I told Remy before, that I was neighbors with a man that he was a carpenter and he knew Al Copeland and he helped create the first Popeyes. And so I was around so Popeyes is something that is very delicious for people that want to try that. The chicken sandwich is very good. There's all kinds of different flavors and things like that. So yeah, a Popeyes. It was cool to know somebody that knew Al Copeland. When Al Copeland was first doing it, he didn't really get a lot of business in. He's gonna have to shut down at some point, and he was gonna have to shut it down. But then he kept on trying. So he knew Al. He was like say like SC and I are friends, and but he kept on trying. Al Copeland kept on working at it because he was making all the chicken and stuff, and nobody would come in. Then he kept doing it, and then people started coming in, and there you go. So yeah, and he helped them do it, and he so he's like, I consider him like one of the founders of it. So that was pretty cool knowing him. And G said, "Oh yeah, Remy, awesome, awesome chat. Glad that you like it." G says Popeyes is really good. I've had it twice. I stay away though. I don't want to cause. I know it's not the best for us. Yeah, yeah. No, I understand. And everything's good in moderation. And I think that, of course, I'm going to say this because I'm in the city, and it's kind of like what Zuckerberg says that social media is good for people. So yeah, I'm going to say something that's obvious, but yeah, I think that there's worse things that could be eaten, and I do think that in moderation it's fine. Like the French fries are, like kind of brown French fries. You have like a salad with it and stuff. So I think there's nothing wrong with eating it every so often, or once in a year, or maybe, or more than that is fine. Of course, you could eat it every so often, as much as you want. But like I think having it every so often is fine. But people could do it once a year or once every day. They could do it every few weeks. A few weeks though, or once a month. I think it's fine to have it in moderation. Moderation is key to a success. I do agree. Yeah. So, and also, as I've talked about, the gumbo is my favorite because you hear in the chats about me and gumbo. Because what happened was, as I live in an area that used to be white a long time ago, but then over certain circumstances, including Katrina, it just was more the black people like stayed and the other people left. And at one point it was white, then black people moved in, and some people were like, they want to go somewhere else. But my family stayed here. But they lived in what's called Lakeview. Then they moved out here because this was my grandpa's parents' place, next door, and that is when they came back here when I was born. So they cook a lot of New Orleans type foods, and other people cook that stuff too in other places. But around here is where I got it. So I had gumbo, and I was like euphoric to me because of all the spices and different things in it, and the seafood. It was very fascinating to me. So it's one of my favorites. That's why I'm known in the chat for liking gumbo. So that, very nice dishes here. Now there is shellfish in it usually. There's usually shellfish in it for people that don't eat that. And there's also crawfish. It's very iconic, but some people don't eat crawfish, but like people might be allergic to it or something. But yeah, they have a lot of nice seafood because all they had here was seafood. All they had was crabs and shrimp and crawfish and stuff. That's all they kind of had here. They didn't, because the Cajuns, they had that to survive, and the Creoles too. It's like, so that's what was here. Oh yeah, you'll really like it. Yeah. So, and it's nice when I got to eat it from people that like cooked it for generations. Yeah. Oh, you love seafood. That's good. Some people are allergic to nuts. People have their different allergies. But, and basically, and then you have the gumbo one right here. I could put that on the screen. Actually, I took a picture of a gumbo that I was about to eat one time. I'll show you at some point. Yeah, so very good. It's like a soup. I used to eat it for Thanksgiving at my friend's house. And also I've seen people that have eaten crabs that went and caught around November. They'll go do crab fishing. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, G, understood. So yeah, they had a lot of fishing, a lot of crabbing that they did, and people were, they bring them in, and then they'll go put the crabs in a deep freezer. So that is so fascinating that they would put the crabs in a deep freezer to preserve them, and like I would see the crabs running around the back porch and stuff, and it's kind of, and my friend, he ran out the back of the house, the front of the house. It's kind of like those crabs can be very aggressive, and they jump up and down. They can be feisty. Okay, and yeah, so that. Oh, hello, Beans. Good to see you. Yeah, so yeah, I'm known for liking a gumbo, and that is like one of the dishes, and also what I did was, yeah, I had that. Let's see, I can put this up. All right, it's great to see you, Beans. Also, yeah, it's good to see you too, Beans. This is some gumbo that I had. Let's see. Let's see. Put it up on the screen. Yeah, sure, Beans, absolutely. All right, so this is one that I had. This is one that I had. You know that my neighbor made the one that did the Popeyes people. Yeah, so that you see, there's crab in it, there's meat and all kinds of stuff in it. It's very good. And also, yeah, nice seasonings, very delish. All right. Yesterday we were talking about the abandoned Six Flags beans, and kind of like I'll show it again for a moment. I make bomb turkey sausage gumbo. Oh, that's great, Beans. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. Yeah, this is the abandoned Six Flags to this day that's there, and there's a lot of legal problems over it. Oh yeah, that's that too, Beans. Yes. All right. So yeah, this was the abandoned Six Flags, and some urban explorers found it, and they say SpongeBob. All right. And that's the SpongeBob ride that got abandoned. Yeah, so that's, it's still there, rotting away. All right, so let's look up this po' boy that Beans is talking about. All right, this is the soft shell crab po' boys right here. All right, this is the soft shell crab po' boys. Oh, that is really good. Very yummy. Shout out to Okra too. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, that is very delicious. You have the soft shell crab po' boy, and you have the Mr. Krabs being fried right there. You got roasted and fried. Yeah, I don't think I've tried that yet, but I got to. And I'm in the right city to try it. But yeah, so you have this. Yeah, very good. And right here. And you have that right there. And yeah, I've never seen that before. Very good. But I've had po' boys, but not that type of po' boy. And also, G says okra is big there. We Armenians used to call it bamya, but that's Arabic word. Oh, okay. Okay. And let's look at the okra filet okra. You learned it when you were in Nolans. Ah, okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I figured so. All right, so this is the filet okra. Oh, I'm gonna look it up, G. I'm gonna look it up. And also, yeah, very good. And okra is very, tasty, very tasty. Yeah. So yeah, they have a lot of nice soups here. affiliate in okra. All right. And the okra plant. This is okra, very good. Very nice plant. And look this up. It's what my mom always made. Now she's older. We haven't had it in 15 years. It is. We eat it. Okay, I'm gonna look it up right now. G. There we go. Oh, that looks very good. That is true, Beans. The French Creole cuisine ain't nothing to be messed with. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the Syrian okra stew. Oh, that's great, Beans. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, very good. I've not had this before. All right. And let's see some information about it. The bami is the Arab and Central Asian main dish, a stew made with okra, lamb, and tomatoes. As primary ingredients, it is commonly made in the following countries and cultures: Afghani and Albanian, Armenian and Assyrian and Jordan and Azerbaijani, Egypt, Greek, Iranian, Iraqi, Kurdish, Lebanese, Palestine, Romanian, Sulamite, Sudanese, Syrian, Tanzanite, and Turkish. G said, I guess Assyrians eat it too. I never know what's Armenian or not because what whole area, and after the genocide being disappeared, we share similar foods with the Lebanese, Syria, Greek, etc. And Bean says, in my country too, the same. Yeah. Understood, G. And I'm aware of the genocide that happened. Yeah. Very unfortunate that that occurred. Very unfortunate that that occurred. Yeah. So, and then and Bean said, but thanks to the Ottomans taking over what the whole area for 600 years. Yeah. So let's see. How long were the Ottomans? Okay. Occupying. Occupying Armenia. Armenian genocide was 1915 to 1923. And see how long did the Ottoman Empire last? How about that? G said, every betrayer taking over lands, I swear people are so into being greedy. I'll never understand. All right. So the Ottoman Empire lasted almost 600 years from the early 1300s until the aftermath of the First World War. The Ottoman derives from the Arabic version of Osman. The name of its first ruler, emperor, had a humble beginning as a provincial principality in Anatolia, now part of Turkey. All right. G said some countries want to rule and forget other people have the same rights. God didn't intend for one person to win over others. Amen. And G says, and our genocide, whatever you read, the truth is actually was about was the look in our land. Okay. And G said, but why? Because a lot of Turkish people were coming to Armenia, loving way, loving the class, respect, and they start converting to Christianity. All right. And Beans says, that's what I said, Alien. That's why all these other countries have similar cuisines. Okay, Beans, thank you. And Beans, I know you said it, but I just want to, uh, make it clear what the year was. I know, Beans, you would know, for sure. I just was making that clear about what it was. Okay. And thank you. So that's why they have a shared cuisines. And also you were talking about the coffee, the Turkish coffee you have from them too. Yeah. And you see, it's interesting learning about this part of the world because I'm familiar with the Middle East and India and stuff, but this other part of the world is interesting to learn about. This other part of Europe and Armenia. Joseph Stalin was from the country of Georgia. It's right next to Armenia. All right, Remy. Thank you for coming here, and have a good night. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about food. That's true. Yeah. We're not talking about the genocide or anything. We're talking about the food. We're just saying that because of this expansion, they're able to have this food in different places. That's all. All right. So, the word bamai itself simply means okra. An etymology, an Arabic word. In dish name Arabic, the bamai by lam is okra stew. Okra with meat is Persian karish bami, okra stew, in Turkish bamya. G said, "No, we aren't. We weren't talking about. We were talking about food, and when you start looking it up, I thought we are talking about other aspects. Sorry, Beans, I didn't even care to take it there. My apologies. You didn't do anything wrong, G. I was just for a second just talking about the that for a moment, and just to give some context about the food. You didn't do anything wrong, G. Okay, and okra is native plant to Africa. Medicine in medieval Islamic world considers okra a medical plant. So in the Islamic world, they consider it a medical plant. And according to the physician of Ibn al Baitar, okra has cool and moist traits. In the moist list of all vegetables, an early Persian reference to mention the barnai and the Egyptian okra with lamb in Egyptian recipes, but exact history is unknown. G said, I do think it's good to be educated, though, and no one, unless they studied and from there, could possibly opine. We live it. We know a great grandparents buried alive. That's unfortunate that that happened. Wow. All right. And also, Remy, it's not about the Muslims specifically. It was just about the Ottoman Empire. It was that regime. It's not about the Muslims themselves, in my opinion. Yeah, it's not about the Muslims, in my opinion. It's about that regime, the Ottoman regime. Whatever religion they were, they probably would have done it, and they also probably had a nationalism, a Turkish nationalism. So it didn't. They're against other countries that weren't what they were, in my opinion, at least. Bosnia and Herzegovina. All right, Remy. Good night to you. And Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bosnia is prepared in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where it is considered a traditional cuisine dish. It is made throughout the year, both at home and sold traditional food in restaurants. Bosnian Barinia is prepared as a veal stew. It is cooked for a long time until the meat is completely soft. Bean says you have to pick okra when young, soft, or you're in trouble. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Right, G said exactly. No one spoke of Muslims. In fact, some Muslims are amazing. Some of my closest friends. Yeah, Muslims are cool people. I like them. And G said one thing has nothing to do with another. The genocide is very different. We're not discussing Muslims. That's the problem with many things in life. Jumping the gun, right? And Egypt. In Egypt, a lamb is typically used, which can endure long cooking times. An Egyptian garlic sauce is used as an ingredient to add the flavor. And right, and see, Remy, she was not talking about the Muslims. She was talking about a that country. All right, and let's stay on the topic about the food. All right, and G was not doing anything, not saying anything about the Muslims. All right, so in Iran and Afghanistan, Afghanistan, the bamini is served to Quraysh along with rice. It is a popular dish in southern provinces. The Iranian regional version of Barinia include use of turmeric vinegar. And a similar Iranian recipe exists for okra stew and the additional yellow lentils for that. And right, and I'm glad that G is here with us as we have this conversation about this food. And then we're going to go next to the soft crabbed po' boy history as well. All right, Remy. All right, and also the in Iraq put Sermolinia kibbeh in their regional version of the barmai stew. And Bean says Bosnians use green beans, okra, and veal. Oh, okay. Understood. In Turkey, the Turkey barinia is an Anatolian stew that has a sweet, sour flavor. It is prepared using okra. Yeah, yeah, over time. It got a little bit heated for a second, but, we're back on topic. All right. In Turkey, barinia and the Anatolian stew has the sweet and sour flavor. Right, right. I understand, G. Understand. And the stew is sweet and sour flavor. It's prepared for using okra, lemon juice, olive oil, sugar, and salt and pepper. Turkish barinia is sometimes served as a plate and ecclesiar between courses and ceremonial feasts. All right, overtime piece. Or you're oh, overtime's still here. Okay, good. All right, so now we will have the soft crab shell information. All right. G said, I'm sorry, Alien, but I don't think that was called for. You were reading about the countries, and I made a basic statement. It's okay to disagree, but the vulgar, my sister's best friend is Turkish. Yeah, yes, absolutely, G. Absolutely, G. And, I think that there are people of. And also, G said, I didn't deserve that, and you have the right to kick me out, but I am not going to tolerate anyone tell me factually saw happen. Gee, I am not denying what happened. It was the genocide was very bad, and people shouldn't be rude to you about it. All right, I'm not disputing that. You have a right to have your opinion about it. I mean, not opinion, but your right to tell the facts about what happened. And also, yeah, Gene, I know you are from there, and that's what happened, right? And Remy, let's stay on the topic and stop doing that in the chat. All right, right? Because we're not exactly. Gee, I know that, and right, and sometimes it can be hard to understand what people mean in text format, right? Right. Gee, I understand. I agree. Okay, and I'm glad that you educated me and told me about what happened. All right, thank you. All right, so going to over here. All right, so the soft crab shell, which I'm not familiar with the soft crab shell, but we are about to get into that. And soft crab, the soft crab is a culinary term for the crabs that have recently molted their old exoskeleton and are still soft. Soft shells are removed from the water as soon as the molt, or preferably just before the prevent any hardening in their shell. Catching a soft crab is very time sensitive and requires that any caught crabs kept in the climate controlled areas immediately after catching until they molt, at which point they can safely removed and sold. This means that almost the entire animal can be eaten rather than having to shell the animal to reach the meat. Expectations and mouth parts and the gills and the abdominal cover, which discarded and cleaned the remaining edible parts of the crab, is typically fried and sauteed. Regional cuisine. In the United States, the main species is the blue crab. Yeah, because in this part of the country, they'll have a lot of blue crabs. And when you have the blue crabs, they are very different than the other type of crabs that you usually see, and they're like a blue color. And when I first saw that, I was quite shocked by that. It's the best po' boy you ever had in your life. Okay, that's nice. In the United States, the main species is the blue crab, which appears in markets from April to September. In the deep south region of the United States, most notable the Gulf Coast of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, buster crab can be synonym for a plump, meaty, soft shell crab. Yes, G, I do like po' boys. I do. It's very good, very delicious. I've not had this type of po' boy, but I had the other type. In the deep south region of the United States, most notably the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, buster crab can be a synonym for the plump, meaty, and soft shell crab. And however, the original meaning of buster crab referred to either a soft shell that had yet to complete molting, or the soft shell crab that had passed away before provided to seafood vendor, and this then consumed quickly by the crabbers. All right. In Japan, various species are used to make sushi, such as the Akai Zushi or Temaki Zushi. The Japanese blue crab or shore swimming crab are typically used. In Spain, the soft shell crustaceans are typical coastal region of the Andalusia, irrespective of the species. They called the chai goatus from the local slang and verb in ancient Gutar, meaning the softened typical preparation. No, preparedness. Okay, I'm not too sure what that word is. Preparations, including the velvet crab and the. All right, Remy, just let's stay on the topic. All right. And we're talking about these crabs right now. In Spain, the soft crustaceans are typical to the coastal region of the Andalusia, respectively, of the species. They are called chigatos from the local slang, the verb in achi gutar, meaning the softened typical preparedness preparations using the velvet crabs and langoustines, which are highly regarded in delicacies of Sangklar and de Baradia. The lobster, which is the coast of the Malga, typically they are deep fried and served in vinaigrette. In Italy, the soft shell of the common Mediterranean crab is a delicacy typical of venation of the lagoon. Soft shell crabs Okay, G. Understood. Thank you. In Italy, the soft shell of the common Mediterranean is a delicacy typical to the venation of the lagoon. You only had one twice. Okay. Soft shell crabs can have the soft organs along the dorsal cavity removing during the cleaning, or they can be left in the consumption in the later case along the U.S. Atlantic coast. The customer asks the vendor to leave the mustard, referring to the yellow orange color of the hepapancreas and the deep orange roe of the crab. All right. Now, these are some of the images of the crab right here. All right, so we have this right here. We have this crab right here. And you have this crab, and you have the nice, salad that goes with it. And then this is another variation of it right here, where you have the fried food, the fried crab, of course, the empty shell. Yeah, I've never had something like this before, but it looks, very tasty, very good. And yeah, that one, that's the po' boy that Beans was talking about. Oh, it's hard to find fresh crabs where you are. Okay. All right, so that is one right there, and it is sitting there in the dish. That's pretty good. And I have too many windows open. Okay. Too many windows open. Okay. She says, Beans, you had this sandwich right there that looks so amazing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's very good. She had it. Now this one looks kind of like a spider right here. That looks kind of like a spider. But it's actually a crab, of course. Mary says, now you have me hungry. I had a bit of lentil soup for dinner. Oh, okay, G. Okay. And Bean says, I would literally take a trip just to eat some food. It comes back. Oh, that see, and y'all don't have like the fresh crabs like y'all have here. Oh. I'm glad that I feel blessed that I'm able to have these, here. I'm blessed for that. Okay, Remy, understood. So we have that. So we have this crab right here. And you see, it looks kind of like a frozen crab, but it's not. And also, you have those crabs. You have the crabs, and you have the salad, and you have the rice, and you have the other thing. Yeah, that looks very good. That's very interesting. I also like the blue bowls. Yeah, Smokey, I'm still going. Yes. So we're talking about some food from the city right now. So basically, what happened was you have that crab. It looks like a spider. It looks very artistic looking. Oh yeah, Korean food's very good too. Japanese is my favorite from Asia, but yeah, Korean food's excellent too. Right. Oh, that is very good. I love the artistic designs that you can have in the foods. G said, I live near hundreds of thousands of Koreans, and I have yet to try the food. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And also, basically, as I said, I love this design in the food. I have this kind of design. And G said, supposed to be great. Heard the Vietnamese is supposed to be awesome. I love Japanese, of course. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. And then we have this. It looks very good. That looks very Asian looking. Looks very Asian looking. And that is temaki. Oh, I would think so. A lot of the food from the city comes from that part of from Africa. Yeah, beautiful designs. Yes, thank you, G. I'm glad that you like the way the food looks. All right, so what's the other thing I was going to look at? Okay, so let's look at the gumbo history. That's something I'm quite interested in looking at. I'm going to be nerding out right here and looking at it. Okay. All right, so Bean says, I mean, Creole cuisine is really French and African food next. Yeah, correct, correct. All right, so let's see like what gumbo is all about. G said, yes, I Agree, my nephew tries everything. He's a big culinary guru. He goes to top notch ones too and loves it. Oh, and know what else? Lote Lotine. We can look that up. Yeah, we'll do it right now. Let's do that right now. Moki says I make red beans and rice all the time. That's awesome. That's very popular here in the city. All right, this is some of their food. Pronounce low ashine. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I love beans. Yeah, shout the beans. Oh, that's very fat. I love that. That looks very delicious. That looks very good. Let's look at these different dishes from there. All right. Okay, and you have the KO new sticky rice. I'm pronouncing it wrong, by the way. Keho sticky rice. G said I never had it. My nephew swears it, but it looks different. He showed me some meat rice dish. Oh, okay. Understood. I'm sure it's very delicious. Rice is perhaps the most fundamental food in Laos, forming the basis for every meal. It's often the first dish that home cooks, usually women, learn to make. Longroth, for example, learned from the grandmother on how to make keho nuai or sticky rice. According to the Saihabot, there are 40 plus ethnic groups in Laos, each with its own food preferences and traditions, though he describes once sharing the meal with people in the mountain tribe. In Laos, sticky rice is cooked with the thip ko, which is literally means rice basket. These flexible baskets are made from woven bamboo. More elaborate versions have patterns woven into their sides, lids, and sizes vary from small to personal to large enough to an extraordinary family. Although the cooking is more commonly done in the larger versions, and the restaurants smaller and more interactively decorated thip chaos may be used as serving vessels after the rice is cooked in a large basket. And she says pronounced Loa sticky rice is medium grain, generally with white, somewhat percent, although there are different variations. It's commonly steamed in thin cakes after steaming and then dip fried, which causes it to puff and crisp, making for some wonderful crispy rice cakes. The Jeobong hot pepper dip. Okay, G, that's good. A common loe. I see it right. A common loe condiment, jowie bong, a sticky mass of fish sauce, palm sugar, and dried chili, garlic, and shallots, and tamarind. A mixture is fired up in oil, then cooked at a low temperature to meld the flavors and thicken it up, resulting in a funky, slightly sweet spread with a low intensity spice burn. And Leo's dried strips of water buffalo skin are incorporated into a jiao bong, which adds to the chewiness that's hard to replicate, so unsurprisingly thought to find in the United States. Okay, G. Okay, you have mule hung sun dried pork and sin hying sun dried beef. That looks very good. I've had something like that before. Bean says I'm waiting for the tamale the the tamalio session because I'm making my own salsa verde this year. Well, Beans, we will have that coming up. We'll certainly do that. Very good idea. The mu hying is thinly sliced pork and typically shoulder, while sin hung is thinly sliced beef, typically a tough cut with fat like the top round. Both variations are marinated in a mixture of fish sauce, black soy sauce, oyster sauce, and chopped pilanetario, lemongrass, and garlic, ginger, and galangal, which both flavors and tenders the meat. The Pradathickleth says that the Laos is common for mu or sin hang or air dried on the top of the family's home, where the intense sunlight lends a hand and drying process, which is very similar to jerky meat, becomes tacky and quite chewy, which Westerners might struggle with. The Prad Achith says the chewiness can be tempered by quickly deep frying the meat in oil. Mu hung and sin hung are most often served as the snack alongside the jiao bong or with rice to make a full meal. And also, G said that beans cut it out with you, LMAO. I love salsa verde more than regular salsa. Yes, baked rice I need to make it more. I usually do it in stovetop. We make it with vermicelli. We call it plaf. Okay. And G said, teach me more of Bosnian stuff. We have similar cultures. Makes me very happy and proud. That's very cool. Right. And G said, not that I am not proud of other culture, of course, but I just wanted to give kudos as well. Doll. Well, gee, that's very nice of you. Nothing wrong with being proud of your regional cultural people. There's nothing wrong with that. And shout out to Amy Lou. Glad she's there. All right. So Bean says, I make my own paleo dough, though. Took many years to perfect, though. Took a Bosnian burek and Bosnian pita. All right. She said, we call it Baruch. To pronounce it, it's more of Boreg. Okay, G, thank you. Says that the Laos is common for the mu or seen hung air dried and top of the family's home, where the intense sunlight leads to a hand in the drying process. While it is very similar to jerky, the meat becomes right. And G said, I need to watch my words soundly because I can't even say what I without totally be taken out of context. It's sad, actually. It's someone knew me like you do. Yeah, G. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I think that I understand you, and we understand you here, and like some people just take things out of context because of the emotion. But no, we love you here, and we know what you mean, and I don't mind saying what you want to say. It's okay, but I understand that there may be the powers that be that might not come. They may take things out of context or misunderstand. It's mainly a lot of misunderstandings that happen, and may God give us all the discernment to not let our emotions get the best of us and to not misunderstand people. You're welcome, G. And the Prada Chathith says that the loase is common for the mew or a sin hung air dried and top of family's home where the intense sunlight lends a hand in drying process. While it's very similar to jerky, the meat becomes tacky and quite chewy, which Westerners might struggle with. The Paradathith says the chewiness can be tempered by quickly deep frying the meat in oil, and mu hung sin are most often served as a snack along with the jiao bong or with rice, making it a full meal. G said that is what it is, and the thing is, it's okay to state facts, and how can you possibly call for the operation of another's mind? Exactly. And may God bless all of us and correct all of us of our errors and people that might be in error about things. But yeah, I understand, G. Very wise. And G says, that's like me arguing with a Harvard professor about what he taught me and studied in detail and interviewed the actual people. Right. Now, I understand. I know what you're talking about. And the Sai Oyua. Sai Oyua. The sausage was hunting for the night market. Isn't always fermented, but it is good example. How fermentation can evaluate an already great dish. It's made with a combination of a group pork and a good amount of fat, which often comes from either pork or boiled pork skin. Exactly what Gloria said. Always speak your mind. I'm here with you. You say what you got to say. It's going to be all right. Skin and has been rough. Okay, so this great dish has been with combination of ground pork and a good amount of fat, which often comes from either pork belly, boiled pork skin, and has been roughly ground or cut into strips. It's meat and mixed with a lemongrass, gall ginger, and garlic, then stuffed into natural causings and fermented versions. White rice is added before the stuffing, providing the stretch and sugars necessary for the bacteria to develop the sausage, and left the fermentation for weeks. For 2 weeks, adding sour, not the complements of others' flavors. Oh, beans. That's very fascinating. Very fascinating. I can believe there's no motive. I thought they would hang over intent. Oh, okay. Yeah. Most country dishes are centered around what was going on in the area. Okay. Oh, I love almonds, walnuts, and I am about to crunch LMAO. Okay. And chatting with you. Yeah. And and basically I'll say that misunderstandings, happen. Emotions can be high, and people have a right to say what we like to say here, because we're not against anybody. We're just talking about something that happened in the history and what stuff like that. So as I said, you didn't do anything wrong, G. You're fine. Because when controversial things are brought up, sometimes they are, and it's okay. We do it sometimes. But and misunderstandings happen. Us humans are flawed, and may God help us with a discernment and not letting our emotions get the best of us. because that's something that I think happens with sometimes when people take things out of context. Yeah. So I'm glad to have you here, Gene. As I said, I've learned so much from you, and you're very brilliant. And it wouldn't be the same without you here. And also we have Tom Mook Mong green mango salad. Green papaya salad is common in both Thailand and Laos. I'm pronouncing it wrong probably, but it's okay. And Lao version is made of unripe yellow mango and the mango flesh, and bright yellow even before the ripening. Instead, the crunchy provides a fresh sour and absent and green papaya. It's combined with tomato, garlic, and cashew, and typically dressed with a mixture of soy and fish sauce, which adds salty, savory flavors, while palm sugar provides sweetness because Lao dishes tend to be extremely flavorful, and the salad is often less intensely seasoned in order to provide the contrast within the meal. Yeah, the Bosnians love their cabbage. Shout out to the Bosnians, and it's a cultural anyway. We don't do burgers and hot dogs either, but you do notice our meals like veggies are never just side dishes. All right. It's impossible to hate G. That's true. Naim Koi. It's okay. Name. It's called Naim Ko. The dolma. Okay, dolma also Turkish origins. Okay, I've never heard of that dish before. Thank you, G. It means so much. It means so much to me. Crispy. So this is like crispy coconut rice. Moki says Alan Jackson is blaming, and also you too, G, as well. I feel the same for you. Moki says Alan Jackson is blaming the victim in his next case, which involves it's stuffed grape leaves. Okay, thanks, Beans. I've never had that before. Okay, thank you. Moki says Alan Jackson is blaming the victim in his next case, which involves the death of a young child. That dude is going to hell in a handbasket, and I hardly ever say something like that. Oh, amen. Oh, look at my dude. Hello, let's go Dodgers, bro. Good to see you, buddy. Shout out to you, bro. I'm glad you were able to come by. Thanks. A speciality of the Vietnam, Laos capital and largest city, Naom Koe, is a mixture of salt cured ground pork and pig skin, steamed and dried white rice, and dried shredded coconut, which adds texture and body while also soaking up the fish sauce and lime juice. Scrambled egg gives the dish further body and savoriness. Ground herbs and flavor balance, and fresh red curry paste enhances floral notes, introduces fruitness as it gets work fried and help it crisp. Neom ko is sometimes served with bib lettuce leaves, which serves as both cool and counterpoint edible utensils. Yeah, yeah. Facts Dodgers. Facts Dodgers. It's that's awesome. Yeah, man. And also, G said same. Sometimes I get my mother and she'll say, everyone in all variation, but some things even Greeks say we all are wrong in my opinion. And my daughter is in Greece now with her boyfriend and going to Cyprus. Oh, that's very cool. And Gloria said it all belonged to Greece. Oh well. Yeah, shout out to Greece. Greece is a great country. All right, Moki, have a good one. Take care. Labhead minced duck salad. Often said to be the national dish of Laos and Lab frequently, so this dish is called the minced duck salad. Often said to the national dish of Laos and Lab frequently, the Thai restaurant menus is essentially a salad made from the ground meat and herbs, laced with fish sauce and lime juice, and topped with powder made from dry ground rice for lab ped, a variation most commonly found in Vientiane in southern Laos, had chopped deboned duck is crisp in the wok, then mixed with fish sauce and dark soy sauce, roasted in the dry chilies and lime juice. Fried shallots, garlic, and herbs are added. G says, so here's what the dolma is. It's a stuffed peppers. Okay. Yeah. If y'all are up to it, y'all can have a debate and chat about that. Sure. Oh, Kathy Smith. What a. This is. I'm such a wonderful surprise. I'm so glad to see Kathy Smith here. Wow. Kathy, I hope you've been doing well. It's been a while since I've seen you. Kathy, recently, you may have seen it, but recently I made a short about the possums, and they're all in the possum's back, and they were very cool. It was I was like walking out into the left. I saw the little baby possums on the mother, so I got a close up of it. Sorry, so the garlic herbs and added both flavors, and both for flavor and a temper in gamey meat and savory fat and mint leaves and toasted rice powder provide color texture. The dish is meant to be scooped up with lettuce, hearts, and cucumber, as well as raw Thai eggplant. Small, hard, and globular Thai eggplant are crisp and sturdy when sliced and complemented and lab and supple vegetable bitterness. Oh, Kathy, okay. I'm glad that you saw that. Okay. Okay, she says every single culture calls the grape leaves dolma, but it's technically a sarma because you roll it. You stuff the peppers and eggplant and zucchini. It's called the dolma. Okay. Ko soai, the rice noodle soup with fermented soybean tomato sauce. the ko soy, which is rice noodle soup with fermented soybean tomato sauce. Hilarious beans. All right. And the ko soy, which means the cut noodle, is a dish found in both Eisen and northern Laos. Lungrath says she learned to make ko soy about 15 years ago while visiting her sister, whose mother in law was from northern Laos. I'd never had it, and she happened to make it that day, and I was like, quote, "What is this?" It is Lao food, and I didn't know this kind of noodle existed in Laos. G. Scared. 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 And which means cut noodles in Laos. For the KO soy fresh wide cut rice noodles are covered with broth and made chicken bones and herbs. The soup gets topped with sauce made from tomato vinegar and palm sugar and chile powder and thuo no and type of Lao fermented soybean paste that incorporates the chili paste and has a flavor similar to the Korean fermented bean paste smag samang. And why are we scared? I am very Gucci and Chanel feeling my sweet angel. Well, you know what? That is true, you are. And I get I get scared because of the basically the zucchini not being spelled right will is not the biggest deal, but basically what happens is it's going to come over and try to correct us in the chat, the zucchini plant. So that's why I got scared. And you are Gucci and Chanel. I agree. All right. So the fermented bean paste, and it's called a. Yes, absolutely, G. Yes, that's true. For me, it is. I have to correct myself. All right. Yes, understood. It happens to all of us. But you, as I said, very good at typing. Very good way to put everything together. You're very good at typing. Excellent at everything. So, I would say you hardly make a mistake with writing. And G said, I'm very hard on myself. As Beans can now attest, I am firm about how hard myself I am. Oh, okay. Understood. Yeah. And that's how you get the success. And the chicken, tomato vinegar, and palm sugar, chili powder, and thuno, a type of lay fermented soybean paste that incorporated chili paste and has flavor similar to the Korean fermented bean paste. Samjing and Landgraf says that is regionally specific ingredient that originates for the intense and flavor because the fermented months, and she adds common toppings from Sooth and Salicon Kilotrino Wateris. Okay. Yeah, understood, G. Understood. All right, so this one is called the chicken soup with fish sauce.
You might have meant cilantro.
It says a fish sauce.
So before when you said something, it sounded like cilantro.
All right, it was cilantro. Okay.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah, we all make mistakes, definitely. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you were able to jump over here. The gang som chicken soup with fish sauce reminds me of a fish broth the medieval Europeans used to eat. Wow, got 127 views in this one. That's pretty incredible. Wow. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Wow, that's pretty cool. We're not ending. I'm just saying that I'm really that's quite a bit. Wow, absolutely. The world is too much of a mess for us to not try and get along and create some peace. Amen, Beans. I believe that we should create peace. Amen. And Beans says if you haven't made soup with the Korean gochujang, you haven't lived. I haven't lived. You're right. I haven't tried that yet. Scared. All right. As of with the Kos Soai, base for the gang som is often a simple chicken broth, but Landgraf says it can be made with whatever leftover meat or bones happen to be available to a family in certain ways. The dish is also natural and a accompaniment of the lab in any kind. The bulk of the available meat on a chicken or a duck will be used for the salad remaining bones, and scraps will go into the gang som. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Kathy. The dish's name literally translates to sour soup, and the sourness comes from the sauce made from the tamarind pulp, sweetened with touch of sugar and seasoned. Fish sauce. When Landgraf serves gang no gang sum thip ko. I'm pronouncing these things wrong, by the way. Okay, let's see what she says. It's Korean fermented pepper paste. It's very good, sweet, spicy type flavor. Oh, okay, Beans. Understood. Very nice interaction. Uh, Kathy and Remy. That's nice. Yeah, good night, Remy. She makes the chicken version served with chicken thigh and leg and meat and garnished with green onion and dried chile, Thai basil lemongrass, and Han semaji mushrooms distinguished by the small brown caps and slender white stalks. Soup with fermented noodles. The name. Oh, hello, Joyce. What a wonderful surprise. It's great to see you. It's been a while. We're talking about Leo's food right now. The name Keopone refers to the fermented rice vermicelli itself, but the overall compensation of the dish can vary by region or even hometown. According to the Sai Habot, Poonam Prick is a chicken broth soup with a red curry base that includes coconut milk, while Landgraf describes with red curry and base, and that includes a coconut milk, while Longgrath describes the Koi Poonam Kawi as similar, but served without the coconut milk and with the broth based on either pork or fish, shaved cabbage, mung beans, shot the beans, sprouts, banana, blossoms, and snake beans, lettuce, and dried chile. The snake beans, lettuce, and herbs like mint are typically served as a side added to the garnish at the top dinner, as common shrimp paste served on the side directly added to the soup, or snake beans at the top. Well, that's pretty cool. Snake beans. So I think that is an interesting concept about the snake beans. So it's interesting to see like what these different cultures are eating. It's quite fascinating. And I think that, for instance, you see a lot of broth. Now, broth was also something used in Europe a lot. And with Europe, they have a lot of these things where people will have overlappings with the Asian countries with their food. So basically, in my opinion, you can see that the vast similar cultural influences of these different regions. It's very fascinating. Okay. So either pork or fish, shaved cabbage, mung beans, and sprouts like mince are typically served as a side and added for garnish. The dinner's discretion. Landgraf says it's almost common for fine shrimp paste served in the side, which can be directly added to the soup or sometimes used as a condiment into which the optional vegetables, such as the snake beans or lettuce. As very fast. Diner's distraction. Okay. I mean, noodles are from China to not Italy. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. Bamboo and yanang leaf stew. This stew is made from bamboo shoots flavored with yang leaves extract. Well, that's very fascinating that they have the bamboo that is a combination of this. Okay, so Landgraf describes the flavor of the yanang plant native to Southeast Asia as similar to that of the spinach. Its leaves throughout to there's a plant native to the Southeast Asia, similar to the spinach. Its leaves are thought to have medical qualities, though they're too fibrous and chewy and actually eat instead. The leaves are placed in water and rubbed to extract their juices. And to extract is then, along with bamboo shoots, garlic, chili, and padik. A type of increasingly strong unfiltered fish sauce makes the stew's base stronger, funkier, and more fragrant than the fish sauce, and most Westerners are likely to be familiar with and say it's common to find small shreds of fermented fish floating in it. The stew's other ingredients can vary widely and are usually determined by whatever happens to including greens and wild mushrooms, all kinds of herbs, and meats like pork, fish, and fish to whole quail eggs. Scared. Getting hungry. Scared. Ping Hung Yu Jai Kai, which is grilled chicken hearts. Speaking of coffee, I'm going to make some real quick. Okay. That sounds fantastic. We have a coffee stream. Miranda said, "Hello, Miranda. Good to see you." Miranda said, "Hi, have we spoken about the Epstein files today?" I talked about that yesterday. I think that there is an Epstein list, in my opinion, and they're just not showing it for some reason. And I do believe that he offed himself. But he didn't off himself. He was off by someone else. We talked about it yesterday, but I don't mind touching up on it again. So shout out to Miranda. Cool people. Ping Hayua Jai Kai are a snack commonly found in the street markets, threaded on a stick along with other tasty bits of offal. Oh, awful. The chicken hearts, they're flooding New Mexico. Okay, Liberty. Wow. Thank you for the information. You are triggered. Yeah, I don't blame you, Liberty. I don't blame you. And the chicken of hearts about Lakin. Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah, go for it. You could do it right now, G. And about the size of a quarter. And so, Miranda, I'll get into it. All right. I'll get into the Epstein thing in a moment. And a size of a quarter and trimmed fat and butterflied down to the center before being martyred overnight in a host of ingredients, including the ground lemongrass, gangle, ginger, garlic fresh sauce, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and palm sugar. Ideally, they're grilled until the slightly pink and served while they're still hot and tender. They are quite unpleasant after they get cold. The flavor of the hearts should be minerally but fresh with texture that's chewy, but neither should be minerally fresh. Texture should be grizzly, not cartilagineously if they seem particularly funky or textural unpleasant. There's a solid chance that they are pre-cooked and reheated. Apparently that the she said so apparently the kid deleted her so his attorney got him a gift. A doctor gets evaluated him for mental illness. Scared. Scared. All right, Liberty, thank you for the update. All right. So we're going to so the gift is that the doctor's going to get him evaluated for mental illness. And then G said, I had no idea that means I read the headline and I ran away and I saw headlines as soon as I came here, so I didn't read the details. Okay, understood. And also, what we're going to do, everybody wants to claim mental health. He's straight up the deleter. Okay, so let's go to our boy Epstein. Okay. And we're going to close that one out. Gumbo. Okay. And then we're going to talk about. So, Miranda wants to know about the Epstein thing, so we're going to go there. So, basically, what happened was they were saying that the Epstein files didn't really exist, and the there's no list of clients, and also that Epstein deleted himself. So basically, many people are angry and upset that of this outcome because many of us do believe that Epstein actually was deleted intentionally because he had too much information on people that were could get caught. And right. And so basically, he's not releasing any information, and I think that it needs to be released. And as I said, I do think that it's very important for all the information to come out about it. Right. And frustration grows inside the White House after DOJ's Epstein review comes up empty. And it's possible they could have gotten rid of information or hid it or somewhere, but yeah, I don't know what to think. All right. So many of President Trump's close advisors, both inside and outside the White House, have grown increasingly frustrated with Attorney General Pam Bondi's handling of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein case following days of intense criticism from some of the president's most devoted supporters. A recently released Justice Department memo finding no evidence that the late disgraced financier and convicted six offender was murdered has become a target of depining scrutiny from the MAGA aligned right, leaving many of Trump's orbit unconventioned and scrutiny in the MAGA aligned right, and matters has been clearly addressed and according to the multiple people befriended on the situation. I pray this doesn't mean he gets away with it. Oh, that would suck if he got away with it. That would be terrible, because he could just do it again. Yeah, definitely, he definitely murdered her. That was definitely a sick case. That's basically what I know, also. But what about Virginia Gooffire? Gooffire. Okay, we'll see who in the world that is. All right, let's see. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Oh, she died by self deletion. Wow. And also, you have that. So she died by self deletion. All right, Beans. It was lovely talking to you too. Uh, God bless you. Have a very good night. All right. All right. Let's see what this is about. Virginia Gooffire, on one of Jeffrey Epstein's most prominent abuse survivors, passes away by self deletion. Oh yeah, I agree. And Miranda said she would write activists to trafficking. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. So some information about her. It was Virginia Gooffire, one of the most prominent survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse, has passed away by suicide, and her family said Guyfer, 41, died by near Graby, Australia, where she had been living for several years. Goofer, Guy Fuhr, I don't know how to say her name, was one of the earliest loud voices calling for the criminal charges against Epstein and his embedders, enablers, and other of Epstein's abuse survivors. Later credited her with the giving them courage to speak out. She was only 41 years old and spoke about it openly. Well, yeah, I think that they're not deleting themselves. Someone else is deleting them, especially if they have that fight and that drive to keep going. It's certainly not a self deletion. It's a homicide, in my opinion. My opinion, allegedly. All right. So she provided crucial information to law enforcement that contributed to the investigation into the later conviction of Epstein's associate Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as other investigators by the U.S. Attorney for Southern District of New York. Oh, oh wow, wow. Yeah, I hear that, Hathy. Wow, it's wild. Wow. That guy. Yes, I think I know what you mean, Kathy. But yeah, wow. And also, Miranda says, "Alien and everyone, I'm glad that you guys get what I meant. I can't believe this, right? I think that he should release the information if he's hiding it. I don't know why he would be hiding it. Why his administration is hiding the information? Because it's like you gotta, if you're gonna end the war in Ukraine in a day, you gotta end the war in Ukraine in a day. If you got a, of these people doing creepy things, you gotta release it. It makes you wonder, like what the like with the Diddy trial. It's like the powers that be can just do what they want. It seems that the people, everybody else, seems to not be in the same privileged position. All right. So as we continue to read about Virginia, she says, and she also provided crucial information to law enforcement that contributed to the investigation into the later conviction of Epstein's associate Maxwell, as well as the other investigations by U.S. Attorney in Southern District of New York. Quote, "It is utterly broken hearts to announce that Virginia passed away last night in her farm in Western Australia. Family said in a statement that she lost her life because of self-deletion, but suicide, but it's not likely. And lifelong victims in sexual abuse and sex trafficking." And she says, "I get Trump's done a lot. I don't know about this Diddy Piston stuff and people passing. It's good. Diddy Epstein stuff. Good. It's smelly evil. Yeah, it's very evil, And uh, God doesn't like it when people do stuff like this. And basically, I'm gonna switch this right here. Yeah, I mean, God doesn't like when people do evil things like this. I agree. And remember, the truth will always come out, and I do believe in karma. I do believe what goes around comes around. And, that is just a basic fact about, how the universe, how God has the universe, how he programmed it to work. And Virginia was fierce warrior, and a fierce warrior isn't going to do that, as I said, in this situation. In the fight against sexual abuse and sex trafficking, she was the light and lifted so many survivors. The statement said, "In the end, the toll of abuse is so heavy that it became unbearable for Virginia to handle its weight." All right. And going to the recent update about this is that and much of the scrutiny has fallen on Bondi, who was among many of Trump's orbit, who publicly suggested that there was more to reveal about Epstein's deletion, his demise, through a senior administration official said that Trump was not actually focused on her. The official said that Trump has been annoyed, but not necessarily with Bondi. He's annoyed that people still care about Jeffrey Epstein. So Trump is annoyed that people care about the Jeffrey Epstein situation. It's kind of, I don't know, kind of like what Bill Gates did. So they're asking Bill Gates about it, and he said, he's dead. Who cares? I mean, let's get over it. And he got defensive too. Being defensive, in my opinion, is not the best sign. Right? Not the best sign. And Miranda says Virginia was ran over by a bus, and it's huge news article recorded before she passed away, and they're trying to get her. Yeah, absolutely. All right, and Trump on Tuesday attempted to dismiss the controversy bristling at the question during a televised cabinet meeting and calling renewed interest in Epstein discreditation compared to what he said were more pressing and concerns like the flooding in Texas, but behind the scenes annoyance among the Trump officials and allies on how investigation was handled and mounted. That was him trying to tell his base that it was time to move on, and prominent Trump ally and said of the president's comments, "We aren't ready to move on." Right. And also, one of Trump's administration officials argued that Bondi bungled the case from the start by over-promising potential bombshell findings. Bondi's own claims made during Fox News interview in February that she had a so-called Epstein client list in her desk and intended to release the exhilarated perception that she under-delivered. No such list exists, and Justice Department concluded that in the memo released on Monday. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defended Bondi on Tuesday. President Trump is proud of General Bondi efforts to execute to make America safe again agenda, restore the integrity of the Department of Justice, and bring justice to victims of the crime, and continue the fixation on the sewing division in President Trump's cabinet baseless and unfounded in reality. And she said the statement on CNN. Part of the frustration with Bondi stems from how Monday's report, which was leaked on Sunday during the holiday weekend, was rolled out, it wasn't a rollout who would have rollout we would have liked. One senior administration official told CNN that DOJ memo contradicted many of the conspiracy theories pulsating on the right to survive surrounding Epstein, including that he was murdered and the authorities were keeping secret list of a high-profile client as possible, including the wrongdoing. And also, Miranda says Virginia was ran over by a bus, and it's a huge news article recorded before. And yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. And passed away, and she said they're trying to get her. Yep, they were trying to get her. I definitely agree. That's what they did. Yeah, I agree. It's very sad. Uh, what you, G and Kathy are saying, I agree. Those findings surprised on Trump on Monday. FBI Director Kash Patel and Bondi briefed him last Wednesday on the lack of evidence supported on the theories, according to the two sources familiar with the meeting. During Tuesday, a cabinet meeting, Bondi attempted to clarify that her February remarks, quote, I did an interview on Fox and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question about the client list and my response was it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, being the file along with JFK MLK files as well. What meant to do that, as she reported. Her explanation, though, did not appease the MAGA voices who had long been fixated on unearthing the potential accomplices to Epstein. Many six crimes against minors influenced far-right activist Laura and Loomer, who met separately recently with both Trump and Vice President T.J. Vance, continued to Bondi's over the episode. All right, Kathy said many of these girls were 13 to 14. These were adult males. Oh yeah, it's extremely creepy, and evil. And a lot of times, like the elites and the occults, they like to do things to young people like that because it's the demons get energy from it, and that's how they. It's kind of disturbing, but that's like how it works. And so yeah, just the corruption, distortion, and evil. Yeah, and I think that for Trump to say he doesn't know why people are concerned about this, yeah, I think that was an unwise statement. I don't think he could have worded that differently because people want to know justice, want to know the truth. And as I said, it's like I don't know. It's like either we were all wrong or they're hiding something, and this is not a good situation. It's like you flip a coin, and either one you get, you're gonna get the same group of people either way. All right. Anyway, so former Trump advisor Steve Bannon dedicated much of his Monday War Room show to the memo questioning the administration's dedication and transparency. Bannon later argued that CNN federal investigation appears to have been mismanaged. A Trump advisor called the memo's release and political nightmare. A suggested that could have been published before the holiday weekend, and when fewer people might see it, or perhaps even after the 2026 midterm elections. Yeah, exactly, Kathy. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he cares too much in this situation. Yeah, in my opinion. Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson argued that Bondi's covering up the crime is serious crime by their own description on his podcast. Yeah, Tucker is right about that. And Rosine Barr took aim at Trump himself. Mr. President, yes, we still care about the Epstein. Is there a time not to care about child sex trafficking? Read the darn room. Read the damn room. A review without revelations, the search for explosive deep state secrets hidden inside the federal Epstein investigation began coming apparent with weeks into the second Trump administration. By the mid-March, as hundreds of FBI agents were ordered to work overnights and weekends to review thousands of pages and hours of video from investigation. There are no bombshells in the files. And another thing is are they going to really keep the files? They're going to try. Maybe they burned them. They got rid of them. When the Reich was falling in World War II, when the Soviets were coming through, they burnt and got rid of a lot of stuff, and also the concentration camps they're trying to cover up too. So did they get rid of it? Or that's still bad if they got rid of it because they're hiding something. And it became clear that the officials had no reason to change the conclusion reached under Attorney General William Barr, who had kept himself and reviewed some of the materials that the sixth offender had died by suicide, according to people familiar with the matter. And the Epstein case has long been focused on conspiracy theories, fueled by his deletion inside the federal prison in 2019 while he awaited trial. The Financiers Association, with prominent and powerful figures ranging from former President Bill Clinton to Trump, fed suspicions that high profile people were involved in his crimes and someone might be covering up their identities. And G says, I swear, when you can be so many good things in life, so many positive influences, why choose evil? Yeah, I know. It's and a lot of times evil thinks it's doing the right thing. Like, remember the word. Remember G, and we've seen this before. Is that the I think people always think they're doing the right thing in their own eyes, and there are people that are evil too, and the worst things are done with the best intentions. But as I said, a lot of people are greed, or they into their own selves, their own interests, their own desires. They, and they let themselves be open up to evil demonic influences that do what they do. And I agree with you, G, very much. And Kathy, I agree with you, but many people prefer a lifestyle that comes with evil. And right, and you have certain people that might be more prone to that than others. Where they want a certain lifestyle, a certain type of thing where it might come with a territory with other things involved with it. Say like if you're up there and the top, and then you might be associated with other people that are not too good, then you get caught up in this and that. And yes, amen, G. So you're guilt by association, stuff like that. Yeah. Exactly, chat. It was aimed at the swirl of intrigue that officials embarked on their quest to once for all release documents to answer many questions that have grown into a cottage industry on the internet. But the major problem soon emerged. Most of the material still being held by investigators could not be released under federal law, which protects the privacy of Epstein's victims and people not with crimes. FBI and justice officials realized that releasing thousands of pages backed by redactions wouldn't help resolve the issue on right-wing social media, where Trump allies have fanned conspiracy theories about Epstein, and the overall goal, transparency promised by the president, has been accomplished, a justice official said, but the slow rolling fiasco could have been avoided, and some official acknowledge. The first public signs of trouble came in late February when Bondi helped orchestrate the scoop of MAGA social media influencers called to the White House, presenting them with binders of documents, but those binders contained hundreds of pages that mostly had been public for years. The episode landed with the thud among longtime followers of the conspiracy theory surrounding Epstein, some of who had once championed the effort turned on Bondi, accusing her of online withholding damage information. I wonder who is on the list that Trump is concerned about being found out. If that is even true, that's kind of a strawman argument there. He didn't necessarily say that, but just hypothetically, allegedly, this is something fictional I'm saying. Like, I wonder what he or other people might be concerned about who's on the list. I don't know. What the concern about this is. Is it something higher up? Is it something out of his control? I don't know. So, Loomer told CNN that White House advisor urged her and other prominent Trump supporter earlier this year soften their criticism. She did not identify the advisor. We were told to leave her alone, Loomer said, but it's gotten to a point where it's unsustainable. The lack of substantive revelations and binders. Right, yeah. I know, right, Kathy? Binders wasn't only surprise to MAGA faithful who lashed out immediately, but also the Attorney General and other Justice and White House officials. Bondi's embarrassment showed in a sharply worded memo to Patel, who had recently been confirmed and who had played only a minimal role in the White House Epstein files debacle, according to the people familiar with the matter. Quote, I repeatedly questioned whether this was full or set of documents. Bondi wrote, adding that she surprised to later learn that there were thousands of documents held by the FBI's New York office, which had led to Epstein investigation. She ordered that the additional documents produced to her office by 8 a.m. the next day, saying, I am directing conduct an immediate investigation into my order of the FBI was not followed. But Bondi and Patel and FBI Deputy Director Bangino found themselves under attack online from so-called Epstein truthers, and every time they posted on social media, they were barged with est while supporters demanded Epstein files be released. Bongino and Patel are aware of the disappointment from the right-wing media, stars among who were formerly major players. A person familiar with the matter said, their world of social media, and there's the real world, a person familiar with their thinking. Unfortunately, ultimately, some people aren't going to like this. By May, Bongino and Patel had begun trying to manage expectations in Fox News interviews. They said plainly that Epstein had committed self-deletion, but he actually didn't, in my opinion. And the evidence we have in our files clearly indicates that it was, in fact, suicide. And Bongino said in an interview on Fox's Hannity, promising again that they were preparing to release more investigative materials. On Monday, Justice and FBI officials conceded that there would be no more release of the information from the Epstein attempt in the fake months. Now, in my opinion, what's going on here is that there actually is an Epstein list, and there is, in my opinion, and there is a client list. There is different stuff going on, and there is different stuff going on in their files. There, in my opinion, he did not. The guy did not delete himself. Epstein, he was deleted. Also, Virginia was deleted. I believe that they took them out because they're going to say something. Now, a lot of times, conspiracy theories become true later, and I think that it is, if they are withholding it and they know it's there, it's disgraceful. And as I said, I remember hearing that a lot of actors and people are on this list that you wouldn't imagine, and they're nervous and they're scared. But I mean, people that the children and people that were abused by them were even more scared and hurt when they were doing that to them. So I think that he certainly needs to release these files if he's withholding them. And if they were burned or got rid of them, hopefully they could find it at some point, because this is, the guy, as I said, he did delete himself, in my opinion. There is a client list. You have to have a list, in my opinion, I would think, because he had this island and he had these different people going there, officials from different countries, officials from all over the place, and they're corrupted spiritually and mentally, and they are going to go down this path of destruction and let evil in, because when they do this stuff, it's evil. It's of Satan. It's extremely disgraceful that they would go and hurt these young people like that and ruining their lives and causing them trauma. So I think that is absolutely a disgrace to our society and humanity with this. So that is like my take on the Epstein situation. Yeah, and also, hopefully at some point, the truth that actually happened can come out about all this. And okay, so Kathy said this administration would never cover for people in Hollywood. Okay, understood. So this administration is probably covering for themselves. Maybe they're covering for themselves or their friends, something like that. But I do believe there's Hollywood people on that list in conjunction to it. So I do believe there's a lot of people that are on the list from different walks of life, from the elitist group, and that is, you know, what it in that situation that they're covering for their friends and people that they know. I think it's also a possibility too. And yeah, so with it's just there's too much of a correlation here between these different types of things. Either way, there's all these different right. There's all these different people getting unalived. I remember there was somebody who allegedly was on. There's somebody that was associated with Epstein on one of these forums somewhere that was talking about his experience and how there's sometimes where people allegedly were they passed away from something, they had to hide bodies and stuff. It's very dark stuff, and I believe that there is a broader trafficking thing going on in general, and it is not ended, but it's going to be continuing. So yeah, I think that it shows a sign of possible corruption, and this is going to cause the supporters of Trump to have a shaken view, possibly, and as I said, hopefully there's a resolution to this, and they can come out with the truth, or whatever it is. Did they get rid of it? Did they burn it? It's very suspicious. It doesn't look too good. I think that it all should be released. But as I said, the whole time they kept on holding it and holding it, and they weren't releasing this information. And I could see why people would be naturally skeptical about this because everybody wants to see the truth. And conversation with me says, "Hi, why blame Trump when Bill Clinton was hanging out with Epstein?" Absolutely. I mean, Trump is the one who called out Clinton. Yes, I hear what you're saying. And the thing with you're right. It's like with Bill Clinton and Epstein. Yeah, a lot of them are in it, but you gotta understand that he was associated with the Clinton Foundation at one time, and so he possibly could have been like they may all be part of the same group. So I'm not blaming him specifically. I'm just calling out. I just have questions, like why is it that the administration allegedly could be withholding information, but I know it goes back farther to Bill Clinton possibly or other people that may have had something to do with him. I agree. But basically, he was saying that he would be the one that would release these files, and he's not releasing the files, so either they got legs and walked off, somebody must have made up some big fake thing for media attention or something, or that they're trying to find it and they couldn't find it. Maybe someone else deleted it higher up, or someone they don't even know about, because I'm sure there's a lot of secret factions of the government. So yeah, I do think that he's a president now. I believe it's his responsibility if he's able to and he has it to release the information. So if he allegedly does have it, if he allegedly does have the information, if he does have this stuff going on, or he has on Epstein, if he deleted himself or not, Epstein deleting himself was a new thing that happened after Clinton was in power, and that was like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. And so if it is true, I don't think it's hard to find. They should release the information. And he also was. I'm not saying that he did anything creepy with kids or anything, but Trump was friends with Epstein. I just don't really know exactly what the deal is here. If there is the information there, not releasing it to the public. So I understand what you're saying. I would feel the same way. But logically reviewing this, I just have questions. I just don't know what the deal is here, and they should find the files or find evidence for it if someone burned them or not. So yeah, I'm just cautious. I'm just a concerned citizen wondering what's going on. We just all have questions. We could all agree that we all have questions about this, and at some point, we got to get a resolution about it. And I believe that people would be. He asked why people would be concerned about the Epstein files, and as I said, people have a distrust with the establishment, the government, the elites, and that if kids are being hurt, we want to know about it. So we want to have a situation where that's released, so we can know. Because if you're withholding some information, it shows it's a sign of possible corruption that could be there. So that is my position on that. That basically you have a broader issue going on if you have that problem with not releasing the files, and that's caused distrust with the people. So that is my answer to that question. And we had recently with the Diddy trial occurred, and there wasn't a lot of information being released on that because he was found not guilty, and people are wondering if the jury's rigged. So there's a lot of paranoia and confusion going on. And when you have this, these trust issues, it's it's going to, the long term effects of this is not going to be good for the outcome for the country as a whole in general. Okay, Kathy, thank you. Yeah, so I think anybody that's there should release it, especially, and I think that we're none of us are perfect, and I think that we all should be. Anything happens to you, it's like your fault. Like, so if anything happens, it's good to take responsibility for what you do, and especially in that position, I think that you're going to end the war in Ukraine tomorrow, and you don't, and you end all these different things, and you don't do it. That causes a very big problem. It causes a very big problem in general. So basically, what happens is when you have that occur, he's supposed to take responsibility, be a man of his word, and it's like it just doesn't make it look good. So even if he is not guilty of anything, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. So, as I said, like if something happened to the files or if it wasn't there, we need to find out the origins of whoever made the story up and call them out. We need to get whoever has the files together. If they got burned or got ruined, we get to who did that. So that is my position on that. Oh, hello, Delight. Good to see you. Exactly, Delight. In the conversation says that with Diddy, the prosecutor was wrong for bringing those weak charges. Exactly, because the prosecution, they brought these weak charges over to Diddy, and it was maybe difficult for the jury to see any kind of forced coercion, and especially the RICO charges did not really, it applies more to mob gangster activity. But they could have tried to get him on domestic abuse. That could be something that you could have tried to get him on. And I do think the state of New York failed to really bring a strong case against Diddy, although a lot of us believe that he was doing these things that were like Epstein did. And it's just the way they did it did not convince the jury about that. Because you want to try to convince the jury, because I was thinking when everyone was saying he was guilty, I was just like, you know what, we don't really know what the jury's going to do. He may be not guilty in the sense that they will think he's not guilty of these crimes because the way they presented the case, because the jury's unpredictable. So that is, yeah, I think they could have done it a little bit differently with the case with Diddy, but I still think that it shows another situation where there's corruption in the jury, possibly, or people in power able to get out of situations like that when a regular person wouldn't be able to get out of it. That's what I wonder. People are going to start associating these things together and piecing these dots together about why is this happening with these people getting off the hook like this. So yeah, the state didn't bring strong enough charges, or the way they did it could have been done differently. And they also dropped charges right before the deliberation happened, and that's a sign. That was not a good sign. And also, yeah, hello, Delight, good to see you. Yeah. So as I said, and I just have questions about this as I said, I believe that now Weinstein was convicted of what he did. Now, as I said, somebody, we could maybe all agree on that. Somebody somewhere And conversation says difference between Diddy and the regular person is that means of pay for acquit legal defense. That is true, and his defense costed $10 million apparently, and also with Diddy, some people think allegedly the jury could have been bribed. I don't know if that's true or not. As I said, that there's no proof or evidence for that. It's just hearsay. But yeah, he certainly does have a very good legal team that people may not be able to afford. No, that's right. They say you get what you pay for. That's a very good point. Yes, and also I think that it is important to have that type of discussion where maybe because of the access of money they have, they're able to afford things other people can't afford. Is that it? And some people have a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy theory that allegedly that the elites run the country are able to do things that just by a corrupted regime of some sort. That's alleged, and it's not proven or anything. But that's just a conspiracy theory that's out there. But that is a logical explanation that they just have more money to other resources that the regular person may not have. Yeah, very good point. Yes. G said, I don't know much about this Epstein thing or what president was or involved with him, but educated guess is that all people with egos, including presidents, are probably all part of it. That's another good alleged theory, and that's what I'm saying. Like we're talking to conversations in the chat that basically, yeah, like this is what people are piecing together. The regular person's going to see it like that. If it is or if it isn't, we don't know. But yeah, allegedly, could they be doing it? Could they not be? It could be possibly a thing because you are the company you keep, as they say. So it's just a question or just have a discussion. We don't really know, but we're just trying to figure out what could be going on here because the people are not going to be happy about this. Yes. Yeah, shout out the conversation with me. Yeah, a very good point. He's making very good points tonight. And welcome to the chat conversations. And also, I think that hopefully, like in time, there could be more information released because, as I said, a lot of people think that Epstein did not delete himself. That these kind of like the mafia would do hits on people and things like that. So that's why there's a theory that it's being done intentionally on purpose. And G says, I wouldn't say just Trump or Clinton. Probably many people. My question is, who has the time for these kind of things? Aren't they busy enough leading countries? I guess minions are doing their jobs. Yeah, you have like with the Minion movie. There's the Minion movie, and maybe they have minions that work under them that are trying to get them to do these types of things for them. It's possible also. And also we have conversation says they do. There is a documentary on either Hulu or Peacock. It dive deep. Criminal charges were brought against him in Florida with a strong case, but the prosecutor let him walk. Okay, thank you. Conversations. That's a very interesting information. Okay. Let's see. And Kathy says, but who promised transparency but now trying to make it go away? Exactly, Kathy. That's why I'm thinking that in this situation, in Trump in this era, he should do what he said he would if that was really there. All right. Yeah, thank you, Conversations, for the info. Shout out to Mary Toodles. All right. There you go, buddy. And I gave you a wrench Conversations because I do that with the people I meet on the streams that are pretty cool people. So thank you. Welcome to the mod group. All right. So yeah. So I think that there's a lot of these. Like basically, I've heard us saying like you vote for the either party. It doesn't really matter because both sides, might be part of the same coin. Yeah. So, like I said, I believe that they could be covering it up, in my opinion, maybe. And there's files they're not releasing for reasons that your mind can speculate on. So I definitely think that, if he promised that he would release the information, he should release the information, and not try to go and do this other thing where you're not releasing information or saying that's not even there in the first place. Especially if he's caught in a lie, that will be very bad for him in his administration. So I do think that that is also not the best thing either, for them to do. All right, all right. It's coming back. Okay, it's coming back now. All right. Yeah. So basically, as what Kathy is saying, like I believe that this administration withholding the information is it's completely irresponsible. He's going against his campaign promise about that, where it could have been certainly released, to the public. Absolutely. And I'm sure there's a whole clique of people that are connected with this that also need to be exposed. So maybe there could be independent researchers and people that could try to figure out what is really going on here. But for now on, we're all in the dark. And as I said, this is going to be a turbulent time for the administration, in my opinion. It's going to be very turbulent, and people are going to have to hang in there, and that the minions and different people of these presidents and stuff might be all behind it too. I don't know what the chain of command, which part is doing what, where you have different people that are hiding these things, and it could be a whole web of people that are behind this kind of stuff. Yeah, so that is my position, my opinion, and position on the Epstein situation that's going on, and I'll be keeping up with it as time goes on. And I appreciate the question from Miranda. And also, G said, with children, spouses, work, holidays, events, family, friends, how do they have time to even think dirty criminal talks? The mind is a very powerful thing. Yeah, I agree. It's like they have a lot of time on their hands. Yeah, G, it's like they have a lot of time on their hands. Where you'd think that they'd be into doing normal things, but they're into doing all these other things too. I don't know. Maybe they've been desensitized and deranged to the point that they got like that. And Kathy says, the cabinet meeting where he said, who wants to talk about Epstein, that looked bad. Yeah, it seems like he could have a guilty conscience, or he's paranoid about something. And he said the same thing Bill Gates said about, like, why we're talking about Epstein. He's already dead. Right? They both acted. It's kind of like he's acting a little nervous. So yeah, I don't know. So I'm not accusing him of anything. I just don't quite know what is, what's going on, right? With all this. Understood conversations. So as I said, I have questions. Things don't look too good. Like, especially if they're there, why don't they release it? It's just, as I said, this is not a good look for the administration at all. And at the UN, they were kind of made some jokes about Trump for not ending the Ukraine war sooner. And yeah, it's just, I know with salesman stuff, you might say things to get in there, but are you going to actually go through with it when you're in there? So it's you got to do what you say. Yeah, so yeah, that is what I think about that situation with the Epstein crisis that's going on. As I said, people are very concerned about it. Thank you, Kathy. I'm glad that you appreciate my commentary on this matter. And conversations, as I said, welcome to the channel, and welcome to the chat. And I'm glad that you made your commentary. Okay, conversation says, those modeling agencies executives hung out with him too, and they were sleeping with underage models. Conversations, I'm not denying that. I said I'm not denying that. As I said before, it's all walks of life all over the place where you have these different people doing these different things everywhere. All right, we're involved in it. So I do want to make clear. I want to make clear that it's not Trump allegedly, just him. There are many other model agencies. There are politicians, officials in other countries all over the world, in my opinion, that may be engaging in these acts that are on this list. I've seen of alleged pieces of the list where people may have talked about it, where they may have leaked it, and yeah, you just see there's people from all over the place. So I don't want to put him too much under the rug, where there's other people that are responsible for this too, as well. You're welcome, Conversations. My pleasure. Yeah. So as I said, so just to give a fair balance about my take on that matter. Yes. And quite a bit of views. Well. And all right, so basically at this point in time, I completed talking about the Epstein situation, and now what I'll be doing is we're going to be wrapping it up. We'll be ending it. All right. So also, Conversation says, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just adding that information to the conversation. Okay, Conversations. Thank you for adding that to the conversation. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And, I'm glad we're on the same page about that. All right. So, okay, chat. This was an excellent chat, excellent stream. And I enjoyed the whole thing. I appreciate all the people that came through. Every single one of you. And shout out to all of you. And I'm glad in spite of our differences, we could come together in a united cause. All right. And I think that we kept it afloat pretty in a steady way. All right. So I bid all of you a good evening. Thank you all for coming to this stream, and peace. All right. Let's get this right. Let's see if this works. All right. There we go.